we found that MJ might more my anus fun for later. I don't
think I want to click that.
I'm definitely
No, you definitely do. It's hilarious. Watch it later. It's hilarious.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna save that one for when I'm not on a VPN.
Come on,
So-
Brooke will understand.
It's family friendly.
Mine is not.
Okay. Anyway, so we found that Cato is super fucking bold. Like went right after the gene seed of a potential Chaos Marine. No questions. Just damn the torpedoes. That was pretty awesome. Thraxis showed up. He didn't recognize Gerwulf for some reason. Don't know what's going on there. And yeah, we're trying to figure out what's going on with MJ and what's going on with Gerwulf. Also, y'all tried to kill each other, which was awesome.
A little bit.
Just a little bit. So let's get started. First of all, did anyone try to buy anything last week? I can never fucking remember this shit.
Nope.
No? Okay, good.
I think so.
All right, so I remember that Thraxis was talking to Jay, and he said basically sort this shit out with Gerwulf, who's in hospital. Hak is off probably chasing more Patellan butterflies.
No.
Actually, no, he's in
No, he's
hospital
in
as
hospital.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got royally fucked up.
Yeah, so
Oh yeah.
You're the one that shot me in
Yeah.
the head twice. I really expect you to remember Gerwulf.
Cato, I believe you got your cogitators that you needed, or like the micro power core, whatever it was. Micro potential coil, that's what I called it.
I did get that, yes.
I do not recall. I think I put it in your character sheet on my side of it so that I could see what else I needed you to do. Where'd I put you? There you are. Yes. Okay, so you will need to talk to Eric about building what you want to build with that, and we'll have to do that conversation. Jay, you need to figure out what's going on with Gerwulf. I assume Cato probably wants to be in on that as well. And Hak, you're just in hospital. You're probably not going to do very much. You're actually probably like passed out.
Probably.
So let's start with where you guys are. Thraxis has just walked out of the room. It's a pretty standard looking hospital. It actually looks maybe not standard looking like modern day hospital, but like World War II era hospital. There's sort of like regular beds, and there's like kind of crappy looking IVs, but there's also like skulls floating around and like poking people with stuff and giant syringes and shit. So you guys are looking at Gerwulf. Thraxis just walked out of the room saying, I don't know who this guy is. And Jay, a minute or two passes, I'm sure, without you guys really saying anything. And you get a chirp over your comm beads from Thraxis. And he says, Jayce, my man in the ship, the astropath, checked the records. There's no record of a Gerwulf with your team ever. It seems that he may be an unsanctioned assassin, and he has recognized there seems to be a bounty on his head, and it's not insignificant. Jay, I don't like you very much. I think you're a drunk. I think you're useless. But you are an arbitrator. Figure it out. You're the law in this town. And it just clicks off. What do you do?
Can we assume that we could have a conversation between the three of us without the guards in the room hearing?
Yeah, you could order them away.
Yeah, I'm going to order them away.
Yeah, okay. So they go, yes, sir. They kind of snap a salute and walk out. One of them, you can hear that he kind of posts up on the other side of the door. He can't hear you, but he's like, someone has ordered me out of the room. They want to have a private conversation. I'm going to ensure that it remains private.
Fantastic.
Just sort of for the, I mean, you guys have been on Pratellis in this camp for 6 months. You hold rank, not in the guard, but as people. And so these guys kind of respect you. They think of you as like an officer.
All right, so we obviously have a personnel situation in our hands that we need to deal with. I don't want to kill him. I just don't. I just don't. I don't know what to do about it either, though. I say we let him loose in the edge of camp, or find him some sort of ship out of here, and he can do his assassin business elsewhere. But if Thraxus finds out we let him go, it's probably going to be our ass.
We're talking about our large friend?
Not Hak Dar, we're talking about Gerwulf.
Okay.
Yeah, so you don't actually know what Jay heard. It only went to Jay. So you just know that there's Gerwulf here. Thraxus didn't seem to recognize him, and then you probably heard like buzzing from Jay's comm bead, but not anything recognizable.
It's weird that he didn't recognize him. Hasn't he been to this planet before? Hasn't he met us?
Yeah, he's met you, and he's met Jay.
Wouldn't he have seen Gerwulf when we fought the giant demon?
Not necessarily.
Was he,
I mean, you were fighting a giant
not
demon.
there for that? That was the week he wasn't there.
So out of
He was all
character,
fucking around.
every time Thraxus has been here, Core has not. This is the first time that those two people, like the player and the NPC, have met the first time last week. And I mean, he's an assassin, right? So stands to reason he could stay out of sight if he wanted to.
With that
And,
creep of stealth.
Pro tip. Apparently, while there might be a small sum of money on my head, Thraxus mentioned, you're an unsanctioned assassin, and there's an even larger sum on yours.
Notice I'm not shooting you for the heads up.
Notice I'm not shooting you.
I'm not shooting
Yeah,
anyone
we already
either.
took care
Just
of
letting
that.
him know.
We've established nobody's shooting anybody. Please roll initiative. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's not like we've done anything. We failed our mission. We let the fucking tech priest go. He's gone. We let the fucking alien go in the cave. We haven't done a goddamn thing right here.
That's not
Why
true.
start? Why
totally
start now? Why start now? We set
We
up
removed an orc threat, partially.
accidentally. There's a difference.
Like,
We didn't do that on purpose.
Partially, a little bit, kind of.
We'll get half a gold star for that one. I don't
We killed a
want to.
demon. We stopped some guard corruption.
That's true.
We found indications of a marine who's not quite in line with the Imperial doctrine.
You're
Lots
pretty
of
fucked up,
accomplishments.
but you should be able to stay out of sight. Why don't we try to sneak him off the planet? He can sit in a corner and fucking hide, and we can deal with it after the planet's fucking blown up.
So he would go in a ship and hide somewhere. That's your plan.
These are the worst Inquisitors ever.
Well, we're keeping with the theme. We've already started a process. We'll fuck with our process.
Started as fuck ups, will end as fuck ups.
Oh God, you guys crack me
Why
up.
not be smugglers while we're at it? Let's just add one more little notch on the resume.
All right,
Yeah.
Han. Let's get Chewie off the planet. Oh my God.
Actually,
No,
Hak-
you guys are literally like
Hack is
Hak is clearly Chewie.
yeah.
Jay is clearly Han Solo. Gerwulf is clearly like a knockoff Darth Vader. Maybe like Lando Calrissian a little bit, like kind of
That's
like
what I
a
was
sense of
thinking.
betrayal. And then we have fucking C-3PO, the nicest fucking robot guy ever. I cannot.
I think of
believe-
myself more as the Princess Leia character.
I was gonna suggest that. But yeah.
Amazing, amazing. At some point, there will be something to the effect of "I love you," and Jay will be like, "I know," and
I
then
know.
you'll be encased in carbonite. It'll be great. Oh God. Okay.
No kiss.
What if
Never
we
tell me,
fake
never
your
tell me
death?
the odds.
What if we fake your death?
Oh yeah, I'm not getting sick of that happening.
This
We
would
do
be
have
time
experience
too,
in that area.
Yeah, I guess we do have experience.
And it wouldn't be hard for us to take him out in the woods and shoot him. This is something we
Yeah.
can do. There's plenty of woods around.
True.
OOC, there's a bunch of shit going on for the evacuation, I'm assuming.
Mhm.
Do we know how we're going to get off the planet yet?
Nope.
Is that
I
information?
don't think you've talked to anybody, but it's reasonable to assume that you would catch one of the flights off planet. You can press Charn or Thraxis or somebody for details.
Could we throw him in some like generic guard armor and have him hide his?
So, what do you look like, Gerwulf, on any given Sunday?
Well, I did have that picture. I did send it, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can just give me a quick description, because I think it'll become very clear why that is going to be a problem as soon as...
Is he an odd size?
You mean like the gas mask and everything? Gas
Yeah.
mask, great coat, armor.
Yeah, so,
armored
I mean,
greatcoat.
you'd have to take... What's underneath your gas mask? Like, what does your face look like?
You know, honestly, I don't know if Kriegers have fucked up faces or normal.
They have
ones.
fucked up faces.
Okay, I kind of thought
their,
so. but
Their
I was
world
just-
is rife with radiation and chemicals and biological agents and shit from the Civil War. And so, yeah, you
Right.
probably have a pretty fucked up face. If not due to exposure, then due to genetics.
Gotcha.
Hey.
Do you keep your genetics in the fridge next to the cookies?
Yes.
Speaking of genetics, Cato, it has been a while. You have been studying the gene seed. Did you have any more questions about it?
I think we figured out all we needed to know last time, that it was aberrant, not in line with sort of a regular Space Marine.
Okay.
So, no, I have no further questions.
All right. So yeah, what are you guys thinking about doing?
I say we put the explosive collar on his neck, walk him out into the woods like we're gonna shoot him, and just put him down like Gold Yeller, and have him sneak around somewhere and hide until we evacuate the planet.
So let him
This is a good
die
plan.
in Exterminatus.
I think
Okay.
you missed part of the plan.
Hack, you don't know any of this is happening.
Oh, I know. I'm
probably
commenting.
you're probably
outside the-
tripping balls right now. So
This is me commenting right now out of character because I know I'm not involved in the conversation.
okay. Well, keep your comments to a dull roar because you're not here, and so you shouldn't be participating. You should be listening and observing like I usually do.
I like that plan.
Sounds okay.
Do you have a better idea?
Nope.
I'm
That's
all
why it
ears.
sounds okay and not stupid.
All right.
All right.
So you're gonna take him out into the woods. So let me just make sure I understand. You're gonna take him out into the woods. You're gonna have the explosive collar around his neck while you do this. You're
Hold on. I just found a flaw in my own fucking plan
Uh-huh.
because Thraxis is gonna want fucking proof of death for the fucking fee on his head. That's gonna be a problem. Buck
We can get an ear.
or an
I
arm.
just want a robotic ear.
I've got enough robotic parts.
You have, yeah, presently you probably have like a half robotic arm and a fully robotic arm. Your face is all fucked up.
Yep. My face started fucked up though, so that's okay.
What are your thoughts on being a servo skull?
Don't much like it.
Chances are you'd actually turn
Okay.
him into a full servitor. But just so you know, that's in the scale of punishment in the Imperium, there's like Hard labor is like for most like petty crimes, like, oh, I took a loaf of bread. Hard labor for 50 years. The next level is execution. The worst punishment is becoming a servitor or a servo skull. So, yeah.
Yeah, not super into that idea.
My microphone cut out if you guys were talking to me.
Yeah, well, I don't think we were talking to you. We were talking sort of around your vicinity, so.
Well, that the punishments for turning him into a servitor would be severe.
Yeah. So that would be like you killed somebody, or you committed some kind of heresy, or you pissed off a noble, or something like that. You might be turned into a servitor at that point. Most of the time, they just execute you, just summarily. So the other thing here, an arbitrator is like he's sort of like a Texas Ranger. He has a lot of authority within his jurisdiction and a fair amount of authority outside of his jurisdiction as well. But mostly he's like he's basically judge, jury, and executioner. He's almost like Judge Dredd, if you want to think of it that way. Like he's Dredd. He can go up and say, "I find you guilty. I'm going to shoot you. Sentence executed. You're it. That's it.
You are the law.
You are the law. You are the whole of the law, the embodiment of the mailed fist of the Emperor. You can do whatever the fuck you want." So,
I got it.
Yeah.
We hide him. We go find his old mask from wherever we kept it when they changed all the shit out, bust it up real good. That'll be the proof.
Since when has that ever been proved?
so
It's just a mask. Although I don't really have a better plan either, so.
oh man.
We should be good at faking deaths by now. What are we on our third one?
Something like that. Yeah. I think. Well, so let me think. You faked Gerwulf's death at least once. You didn't fake Charn's death, but you said he was dead, and that's how you drew out Stannis and shit. And I think those are the two. Those are really the two.
Yeah, we're on our third one. We should be good at this shit by now.
Worst
we should.
wizards ever.
Or best.
No, definitely worst.
I like to think of us as progressive, okay? New policies.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm drawing up some big blanks on this one.
Well, we could just try to throw the explosive collar on him, tell him we're going to go collect the bounty live after we blow the planet up, and we'll take care of it personally. There's no need for Thrax to go do it himself.
So
That's a compelling idea.
I think that when Thraxus told you there was a bounty on him, he probably told you just as like a point of interest. He probably doesn't have much interest in collecting it. He gets paid pretty well for being a full Inquisitor. Like he probably has like an estate and like a major staff. Like he doesn't care about some bounty. Like money doesn't mean anything to him because he can just get whatever he wants just by taking it, right? So
We'll
yeah,
do
I
that.
think.
We're going to collect him as a prisoner and just hold him in our own ship until we evacuate.
All right. So your plan then is to slap an explosive collar on him and haul him around, and should or keep him in a ship and just like lock him up and he's done.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that yeah, you can do that. That's reasonable. I think that as you're walking out, you put the explosive collar on him. You start heading out of the hospital room, and as you're walking out, Cato, you get a message. It just sort of comes in over the airwaves, and it says the following, and it's in binary, and the leader is Adeptus Mechanicus Major, Sector, Calaxis, etc. There's like a big address line, and it says required assignment branch request, send immediate, branch identificator, Divisio Biologus, Legio Cybernetica, Prefectura Magisterium, Explorator. And then it just cuts off and it's done. And you recognize this immediately as a message from the Adeptus Mechanicus, probably like your boss, or like someone there who would be your boss, someone higher ranked than you. And it's asking you what you want your future assignment to be. This is a point in... Right now you're an engine seer, but you're coming up on the point where you'd be promoted to be a tech priest, like a full tech priest. And they would invest you in one of these branches of the tech priesthood. So that'll be something you have to deal with.
Okay.
And you're going to have to deal with that pretty rapidly. Because you got this message live, like you look at the timestamp and it was probably only a couple hours old. So they probably want a response quickly. Yeah, so you guys are walking to your ship. Yeah, you're just gonna lock him up in like, I guess it'd probably be like you're probably going off in Charn's yacht, like the commander's yacht thing. And you're probably just gonna lock him up there, and that's where Gerwulf is gonna be.
Yes.
Okay. Are you taking all his weapons and stuff?
Just the visible ones.
Okay. What kind of
at
weapons?
Least make it look.
Gerwulf, what kind of weapons do you have that would not be visible? Something like a compact weapon or
A sneaky boot
It's
knife.
got like what,
Sneak
6
boot knife.
pistols on them?
at one point, yes.
Yeah. Let's see. Right now, I've got a sword, knife.
So the knife is not you could conceal.
Yeah, that's about it. Because I mean, a bolt pistol and a hand cannon are pretty big.
Yeah.
So
You
yeah,
don't have
that'd be
any.
it, the knife.
Okay, so you have your knife on you.
Unless I can get away with a crack grenade, I've got that too.
Probably not. Those are like they're kind of like claymores or like C4. It'd be pretty noticeable. Yeah. So you probably walk out. They might have left you with your knife that you kept in your boot or something. And otherwise, the rest of you have those weapons. So you guys have like a bolt pistol or something. You can divide it up amongst yourselves. And they're walking you to the thing, and Thraxus stops you along the way, Jay, and he goes, "What are you doing with him?"
We're gonna go collect the bounty on him after we get off this rock.
Fine, it's your choice. And he just starts walking off in towards where Charn is, up near where Hak is, actually. So, Hak, you see Thraxus walk into the room. You're still pretty dazed, but you see this man who's probably, only a little bit shorter than you and is certainly as big as you. You've been working for him for a while. What do you do when you see him?
Heck, belly hurt.
I imagine like some servitor pats you on the head, just drools. And Thraxus just shoots you, looking like, okay, whatever, and starts talking to Charn. What you hear him talking about, you probably don't really understand, because you don't have like the intel, and you're also like pretty drugged. Can you make an intelligence test for me?
I can.
That's just a straight up intelligence test, not like awareness or anything. Yeah. So you hear a few words that you know are important. Like you've been studying really hard, trying to be smarter, and you recognize a couple of the words. And he says Space Marine. He says the word, a word that you can't really repronounce, like you can't say it, but you hear the word proximate, no intention, and planet. Those are the words you hear. And Charn looks pretty grim when he hears that, and Thraxus just looks indifferent. So that happens. So you guys have now stowed Gerwulf in somewhere down in one of these ships. I'm going to say it's this ship here. Top, good. Yeah. So you two are. I'm going to move you there. You guys are walking away now. So what do you guys want to do, Jay and Cato? We're going to get to Gerwulf in a second.
I'd like to go figure out what Thraxis is doing.
All right, so you can like beat in and go talk to, figure out where Thraxis is and go talk to him. Cato, what are you going to do?
I think we should talk to Thraxis about the gene seed information we found.
Okay. I think on the way, Cato, you're stopped by Eric, who asked you about the Monica Potentia coil, and he goes, "Oh, Cato, did you get the thing? You know the thing."
Yeah, I did get this item in question.
Yeah, are we gonna do this thing? I mean, it's kind of now or never. I mean, they're gonna start breaking shit down soon.
All right, okay. Yeah, let's go do this now.
All right, I'm in the shop. Come meet me. Do you tell Jay, because you're probably talking in binary cant, and this is not uncommon for you, so you're just hearing coming out of his neck. Do you tell Jay what you're gonna go do, or you're just like, I gotta go?
I'm gonna tell Jay I have to go talk to Eric to make sure preparations for leaving the planet are all set.
Okay. So,
Right on, buddy.
All right, Jay, you're still going to meet Thraxis?
Yes.
All right, Thraxis is up where Hak is. Obviously, you know where Eric is. Gerwulf, your former comrades have found you out. They know that you are not supposed to be here. You've been following them for your own reasons, ostensibly. They have put you in a ship. You have a knife. There's an explosive collar around your neck. Actually, did you leave the explosive collar on, Jay?
We locked him up in the ship, right?
Yeah.
I would have taken it off.
All right, so you have your knife. Did you leave him restrained at all?
No.
Okay. So you have your knife. You are totally unrestrained, but you are locked in this ship. What do you want to do?
So what am I locked in? Like a cage?
No, well, I don't know.
Prison
Jay,
thing?
did you like lock him in a cage? Or you just lock the ship behind you, like beep beep, and walk away?
I would have locked the ship behind us because we weren't gonna do. We kind of made the decision we
Yeah,
were just
but-
gonna hide him.
Yeah, but you didn't like put him in a cell or something in one of these
No.
like? Okay, so he's not in like the brig. You just have
No.
free roam of the ship. I'm gonna assume you're the only person on the ship.
Okay, that's good.
So what do you want to
Um,
do, Gerwulf? Nothing is a reasonable response to. If you just
Yeah,
want to.
probably nothing in the meantime till
Okay.
they get what they're doing sorted out.
All right, let's go over and we'll start with Cato and Eric, I think. All right, so you get into the to the shop, Cato, and Eric says, "All right, I'm going to clear these guys out. Claudius is going to stay here, and we'll be able to do our thing. Sound good?"
Yes, I like this plan.
All right, so he sputters something in binary cant, and a couple of the engineers sort of begrudgingly leave their work and walk out. And it's just you, Claudius, and Eric. You're by a workbench. You want to build this thing. Now, you haven't told Eric about your full plan, right?
He knows part of the plan, yeah.
So Eric will notice you doing things that don't look normal. So if I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, if you want to, do you want to try to like get this past Eric? Be like, all right, just watch the door and I'll take care of this, or do you actively want his help?
I think Eric should watch the door.
Okay.
I don't want to. So, Eric, I know this is sort of a sensitive matter. I think I will take it upon myself so that you are not directly involved in it.
I mean, all right, it's going to be complicated. All right. I'll go over here. If you need my help, you call me and I'll come over and give you a hand. It's going to be complicated stuff. It's probably the hardest thing either of us have ever tried to do. So, all right.
I'll give it a shot and see what happens.
All All right, and so he starts to walk to the door, and he has Claudius kind of follow him behind. And Claudius is like, Eric, what are we? Why are we? What's going on? I don't. And he's just sort of muttering as he walks out the door. And they also kind of like post up on the door and are just waiting there, and kind of Eric's talking to him, trying to calm him down a little bit. So you're left in a fully equipped workshop. Let me pull up. I have some notes on this. Okay, so you want to build the device. To build the device, it is a very difficult task for your tech use. So if you want to make a tech use roll at -20, you can begin to construct the device. And what this is going to do, you're going to take all of the spare parts that you had to build this, the parts that you found around the shop here, and you're going to start building like the chassis for it and all like the little bits essentially. So can you please make a tech use test?
And so that includes my mechadendrites as well?
Yes.
And so this is at a -20?
Yes. I need to check to see how many. So this is, there's going to be multiple tests here, and it's going to help me determine what the quality of it is, and how well you constructed it, and how well you put all the things that you need to put into it together, and et cetera, et cetera. So, also you have your servitor with you, right? Like I assume you kept Cato the Younger following you around.
Yeah, he should be around somewhere.
So all of his stuff is there. I didn't put him on the map, and I'm going to do that now. By CPU is... His name is Cato the Younger. Nameplates and name. All right. So you have him next to you, and he's got any of your like the extra spare parts that you took, or so on. Yeah. So this is to build the first part of it, which is like the housing, and you're not putting any of the complicated stuff. So you haven't started using your micropotential coil or doing any of like the programming or any of that. There's basically going to be 3 tests. And that's how I'm going to tell whether you're successful, how long it'll take, and how good it is. That's basically the idea. So that first test, you didn't make, because I got that. That was you Skyping me. That's okay. Cool. Yeah. So the first test, you can assign it to one of 3 things. So actually, make 3 tests. We'll just do it this way.
All with the same values?
Yep. And unless you want to use, like, you have MISC spare parts for a +5. I think you have a book floating around. Do you have any more books left? No. So like basically you need to assign 3 tests to how long it'll take, how effective you are at constructing what you want to construct, and how effective the device is when you're done. So like whether or not you pass, essentially. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I'm going to use my spare parts on this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is going good.
All right, you got to make at least 1 positive roll to even be successful. Okay. So, you are successful in building something. Should you decide you want to build it. You're in like a simulation phase, if you will. You're still figuring out how you're going to build it. A lot of the reason it's so hard is that you're not supposed to be doing this. You have no idea how to do it. You're actually like discovering how to do it. So go ahead and take 3 corruption and 3 insanity points. For even trying and thinking about this, it corrupts your mind because you're becoming a free thinker, and that's not good in this society. Those rolls, the positive one has to be applied to success. Otherwise, you won't get anything. It won't work. The other 2 can be applied to how effective it is at doing what you want it to do. And I'm being vague because there's like things that you want it to do that aren't public knowledge. And the other one is how long it will take you. So, of those 2, you can know ahead of time what the effects of those things will be. So, If you say it's going to take you you're going to use the -2 degrees of success roll, so 2 degrees of failure roll for the length of time, it'll take you 2 days. If you use 5, it'll take you 5 days. The quality, neither of those will do all of what you want. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, either way, it sounds like I'm going to continue work off planet.
Yeah, you probably have about 5 days left on the planet. So it's 5 days before, what you've heard is, coming. So, you could get help, and that would improve these things. Basically, you'd be able to make another set of rolls and see how well you do. But, yeah, right now, you'd probably be working off planet on some of this stuff.
If I got help, would I have to re-roll all 3?
Yes. It would be an easier test, because you would get help from Eric. Eric's really the only person who can help you. So you would get help from Eric. Eric would give you a +20 to all these tests.
All right. I'm going to call Eric back over.
Okay.
And explain to him what I need to do.
So you spit something out in binary cant. He tells, you can hear him tell Claudius to, step away. And Eric comes back and he's like, yeah, you got it? Did you finish already? That was really fast. What's going on?
No, I'm not that good.
All right.
Let me explain to you what I'm trying to accomplish here.
Okay.
So, it is true that we're building a cogitator.
All
we're
right.
not just building a cogitator, though.
Let's not call it that. You never know who's. Let's call it something euphemistic. Let's call it like the Tesseract, because it sounds cool. All right. So we're building the Tesseract. I saw it in a thing once.
I'm gonna call it Tess.
All right. We're building a Tess.
So we're building sort of your standard Tess, although I'm not really sure what a standard Tess is. And as you know, the output of this test is to improve intelligence in a person.
Correct.
So we're also making an additional modification.
All right.
We're going to put some explosives in here, and they're going to be hooked up to a remote control device.
You're going to what now?
You can think of this. Explosives. Remote control.
Why?
You can think of this as a safety net. In case this doesn't work as I expect it to.
Are you trying to kill Hak?
I'm trying to... No, I wouldn't say that. Trying to kill Hak implies I have malice against him, which I do not. I do, however, have some misgivings that this might not work as I predict.
Can you roll a fellowship test using your bonuses to Eric and your friendship with him? I want to see how Eric feels about this.
Is that a +10?
I think because you have friend Eric, right?
I do.
Yes, it's +10. It's going to be an opposed test as well, so Eric is going to roll a fellowship to see how desperately, how much he wants to be friends with you. Okay, let's see. So, you both failed. He failed less. Let me think about what he wants. He likes you. He thinks you're a good guy. And I think him failing here, it's very close. So I think that he's sort of cautiously on board. He trusts you, but he's not really sure. He doesn't understand your reasoning. Because normally you're a pretty pacifist kind of guy. And here you are asking him to install something into somebody's heads that's going to kill them if you don't like what they have to say. And that's it makes him, he kind of looks nervous, and he's his neck and dendrites kind of twitch a little bit, and he's just I don't know, I'm okay with this. All right,
you can be not okay with it. You just don't have to help them.
I don't think this is a good idea, Cato. I mean, it just isn't right. He just wants to be smart.
What's not right about it?
He just wants to be smart. I mean, isn't that are you kind of are we kind of abusing our power? I mean, I'm not, listen, all right? I like machines. I like building stuff. That's what I do this for. There's, the cult and stuff, but I'm not a super religious guy, if you know what I mean. Like, I love the Emperor as much as the next guy, but it's the Omnisci. He likes me no matter what, right? He looks out for us because we're people. I guess we have the ability to work with technology, and it just seems wrong. Doesn't it just seem wrong to you?
No, I'm not following your line of reasoning here.
It seems like you're exploiting your ability with technology to control somebody else.
It's not an act of control. I mean, this might
he's sort of like pacing back and forth, trying to wrap his head around your idea, because he's not this. It seems like he's really conflicted, right? Because he thinks this is out of character for you, but it's also like, well, it's not. He's not wrong, but it's just feels grimy to him, you know.
I wouldn't call this an act of control. You can think of this as a governor on a steam machine. It's there if something goes wrong. It's not meant to be used as a way to control a person. It may very well be that everything goes as I predict, and in which case, I destroy the remote detonator, and we're all happy.
Yeah, but a governor or a steam release, those don't break the engine. They just release the excess pressure. What if we did this? Maybe instead of explosives, we have a deactivation switch. It just puts them to sleep. Then we can remove the cogitators, we can remove the problem, whatever. We can do that. And we don't have to blow them up. You just knock them out, and then we'll figure out what to do from there. We don't have to kill them. I mean, it'll be a little tougher, but I think I got all the parts here.
I'll be honest with you, Eric. It's already too late for him if this plan doesn't succeed. Through his actions in attacking a member of the Inquisition, there's really no valid recourse I can see.
But didn't that Gerwulf guy do that too? Like, I heard the scuttlebutt, man. Like, Chan talks to me. I'm kind of a big deal around here. I'm the local engineer. Like, didn't they both attack members of the Inquisition? And now I'm hearing that Gerwulf was never a member of the Inquisition in the first place.
That is true from a legal sense. It really matters that he attacked a person he thought was a member of the Inquisition. It doesn't really matter if he was or was not one. It was that he would attack a member. Well,
so are we gonna install something around Gerwulf's neck too? Because he attacked someone who he thought was a member of the Inquisition?
You're talking about him attacking Hak?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I mean, that's why Chan had to do that whole thing. I mean, I had to build him a fucking new gas mask. Do you know how many times I've had to build gas masks in my life? I haven't done that since fucking back on Mars, when I was apprenticing this bullshit. And he's like picking up tools and putting them down. He's like kind of just milling. He's like nervous. Like, he's already like okay with committing tech heresy, and now you're not. It's like tech heresy. Oh, and murder potentially, maybe. Who knows? We'll see what happens.
It is true that Gerwulf did attack Hak, but I see that as coming out of the first transgression.
All right, I guess. I guess we can do it your way if you want.
Okay.
So he kind of like walks over slowly, kind of like his shoulders are drooped a little bit, his mechanics are kind of at his sides, and he just walks over. He's like, all right, where are you at with this thing? And he starts working with you. He's kind of show him different bits of what's going on. You're communicating in your encrypted channel. You can go ahead and make 3 more rolls at 0 this time instead of -20. Damn. All right, so it's going to be...
Sort of a mixed bag there.
That's basically the same set of rolls. You got a really good one on that first one. So I'm going to say that you can you got 2 passes and 1 fail, and you can assign those to whether or not you succeed. So obviously one of them needs to go to that. So you have 1 pass and 1 fail. The pass can be on it doing what you want it to do, or you making it in a timely fashion. The fail goes to the other one.
I'm going to put the fail on the time. Okay.
So it's going to take you 3 days of consistent work. And it will do all the things that you want to do. However, Eric is, as you're building this, it's clear that Eric is still not okay with it. Can you remove friend Eric from your skill sheet? I think that, at this point, he's like, I don't know about you. This is, I had an idea, and now it's a little different. Also, I need you to take 3 more points of insanity and corruption. Eric has to as well. Finally, you can remove all of your spare parts and the micropotential coil.
Didn't I have 2 micropotential coils?
I think you did. So remove 1 of them.
And I assume some explosives would go away as well.
Yeah, you had a crack grenade on you, right? Or
I had a bunch of just generic explosives.
Okay. Yeah, I have everything up here. Yeah, so remove 1 of the micropotential coils, and yeah, you can remove 2 of the explosives. And so what you end up with is you have this sort of device. It's kind of it comes in kind of 2 pieces. One's connected to the other by a wire, and it basically replaces the occipital lobes of someone's brain. So you would cut out the occipital lobes using some process to download the information into them, and then you'd put these in their place, and that's how it works. So you still have to do some brain surgery, but otherwise you're pretty much you got through the hard part. Yeah, so. Yeah, then you have the remote is actually, it's not like a remote. You're just going to utter something in binary cant. You probably have a code word that just you utter in binary cant with some encryption. It's 600 kilobits of data that you just spit out, and that's how it goes off. You wire it into this oral center or something. Yeah, so you have all that stuff now. Eric kind of looks a little bit forlorn. He's like, all right, I gotta get back to work, and he calls the other engineers, and they start filing back, and he's like, I hope you got this. I hope it all goes okay. I'll see you later.
Thanks.
And as you're walking out, can you make a I'm gonna move you. Can you make a perception test, an awareness test? What'd you get? Yeah, so you hear a kind of a big crash, like someone knocking something over, and yeah, do you turn around to look, or you just keep walking out?
I'll take a peek.
Yeah, so as you turn around, you see that little thing where Eric kept all his bobbleheads. He just sort of ripped it off the wall and threw it on the ground, and he's out in the back looking away. The other engineers kind of look at it for a second and go back to work, but yeah. It's on the ground, parts are strewn everywhere, and you walk out.
Wait, I have a question.
Sure.
Can I collect spare parts from that?
No. Well, I mean, you could, but that would probably make Eric very mad at you.
All right.
Can I collect spare parts from that? Oh, man.
I mean, I made them with spare parts, so...
Yeah, if you really want to, you can do it. You can make
I think I'm
techniques
good.
test. Okay.
Ever the
Right.
looter.
Oh man, you give a person a hammer, everything starts to look like a nail. All right, so Jay, you meet up with Thoraxis, whose token I took off the board for some stupid reason, and Charn, and you probably catch him around the same time that Hak has heard the 3 or 4 things that he's heard. And you see them talking, and they immediately stop talking when you walk in the door. It goes from you hearing some voices and then nothing. What do you do?
Wanted to report in and see if I could be of assistance, sir.
And Thoraxis looks at you and he goes, "Did you take care of the problem with the assassin or something? Is he locked up?"
He's locked up, sir.
Good. Well, got about a week here. Marines are on the way. We're going to do nothing for the next week. Not going to blow up any nuclear bombs. And he looks like pointedly at you when he says that. We're not going to provoke our friend, Mr. Janus. We're not going to do any of those things. We're going to stay here very quietly and not cause any trouble. Do you think you can do that, son?
Try not to be a screw-up, sir. I will hang out with Hak and keep him comfortable.
All right, Hak. You at this point have recovered at least your toughness bonus in wounds. Gerwulf, you have 2. Because you've been under like really good care. They've been like reconstructing you. You are probably cognizant at this point. And you can talk to Jay if you want. You're not able to move around, though. You're still kind of bedridden. For you, I imagine that being bedridden is, like, abnormal. Like, you probably can't move your legs. They probably have you, like, in a induced state of paralysis so that you don't hurt yourself anymore.
I can imagine that.
How do you feel about that? Like, what is that for you? Because that's probably pretty weird, right?
Yeah, I don't fully understand what's going on still. I remember hearing those few words, but I'm mainly just focusing on the pain I'm experiencing because of all the drugs they've given me. I feel really loopy.
Yeah.
So I'm still saying
it's not pain, it's just like you don't feel right. Like something is like wrong.
Yeah, like
you don't
I
have
feel
your faculties.
Off. I just feel off, like almost like I've been poisoned without pain kind of deal. So
yeah.
I'm just sitting there like saying weird things like tummy still hurt, stuff like that.
So you see Jay walk over, and what do you do when you see Jay? He's like a familiar face.
Drugman, Hak tummy hurt.
How's your eyes, buddy? Can you see?
Hak have eyes?
I believe they gave you some replacement eyes.
Oh yeah,
of relatively good quality, like just average quality eyes. So you can see again, but you don't have like any special abilities, unless you wanted to like. I would like if you want to have like improved eyesight. How much influence do you have?
0.
You have 0 influence.
I spent it all on the Stormtrooper carapace armor. That
oh man,
the body and the headpiece got blown up. By Gerwulf.
Make a fellowship roll with Charn. If you have like friend Charn, you can add 10. But
I don't. This is gonna end so great because I have a fellowship of 10. Nope.
Yeah, so they just gave you regular eyes. They didn't like give you anything special. I was gonna let you roll against your influence to see if like Charn got you something nice, but he didn't. He just got you some plain old replacement eyes. You can kind of see it's a little weird. Sort of like it's like seeing at 30 frames per second, you know, like when you compared to like 60 frames per second, like in the real world, it's like, oh, that's like a vivid image and so on. But now you're like seeing in that cinematic air quotes style. And it's,
you get black bars on top and bottom.
The horror. The horror.
But yeah, and it takes you. It probably takes you a little while to like learn how to use them again too, because these are like new, so they're attached to the muscles a little differently. Like it's all a little bit out of sorts for you. So you're probably having a little bit of trouble seeing. Maybe it's not quite in focus, or your eyes don't quite line up just right. And Jay, for you, you're seeing these two like mechanical lights kind of look up and down at different times, like, you know, the cross-eyed but the other direction, that kind of thing. Looks like he has like a lazy eye.
Call that derpy eye.
Yeah, the derp eye.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay, but I got a surprise for you. I gotta go get it. I'll be back. I actually want to go talk to Eric.
All right. So yeah, you can run down that way now. Yeah, I mean, it takes a few days, right? Like I said, it take like what, 3 days. So you probably reported in. You go down, and you get to the door, and you see Eric and Claudia standing outside of it. This is probably before he's finished. You're going to Eric, right?
Yeah.
All right, you're going the wrong way. I'm gonna move you. There you
My
go.
screen's a little small.
That's okay. Yeah, so you see him outside the door, and you see a couple engineers pass you as you walk by. This is probably like day 1. And Eric just says, Cato's in there. He's working. He needs to be left alone for a little while. This is hard. It's not really easy to do at all. So
So good. I don't need Cato anyway. I was actually got a little side project if you could throw it together whenever.
Oh yeah.
I got the parts of some iridescent cloth. We wanted to make Hak some butterfly wings, make him feel a little bit better, since he was chasing them for so long.
And he looks at you and he puts one of his mechadendrites on your shoulder and he goes, "Man, that sounds like the greatest fucking thing I've heard all day. Let's go to the lumberjack." And he like shouts something in binary cant, which to you just sounds like static and noise and crap. And the lumberjack just sort of drives itself over. And he goes, "You like that? I put that in myself. It's great." And you guys walk over to lumberjack. He's like, "You have one. That's your lumberjack. Like, I put it in your." And anyway, so he goes and he like chirps something, and the door on the back flops down. And yeah, he like leads you in. He goes, "All right, you got the pots?"
I got the pots.
All right, so nice. He goes, "I wish you still had that table." And he just starts like holding it all in his hands. And he's like got a soldering iron coming in over the top, and he's like putting it all together. And he goes, "Now, let's see here." And he makes a tech use test, which he's gonna ace, I'm sure. Yeah, so he gives you this thing back, and it's actually what he's done is he's taken some other parts, and when he hands it to you, the wings, as you grab it, it kind of like flaps a little bit, and he goes, "You see what you were doing right there? You were thinking about a butterfly, because it looks like a pair of butterfly wings. Now, whenever Hak thinks about a butterfly, the wings will flap." Yeah? Yeah?
That's awesome.
All right. And he's like, "All right, you go give those to Hak. I'm going to get back to watching this door."
Fantastic. I owe you one.
Sure thing. And he chirps again, and the lumberjack drives back.
Fucking love that guy.
All right, and that's actually good for him because the act of sheer kindness has purified him. All right. So you head back to Hak. Hak, this is probably like an hour or two later. It took him a little while to put it all together. And Jay comes back, and it's been a while. Thraxis and Charn have probably left. Thraxis isn't... He's making a point of not going to Charn's office and, like, meeting the Space Marine. In fact, it's a fair chance that the Space Marine just doesn't even know he's here. So he's heading back to his ship. But so it's just you and Hak and, like, a couple of Medicae bots or Medicae servitors and maybe a guard. And Eric comes in, and what happens?
Hey, buddy. When you get up out of bed, you're walking around. We got you some mechanical butterfly wings since you like butterflies so much.
Junkman got Hak butterfly?
Hey, watch this. Think about butterflies, buddy. Watch what happens.
And I start thinking about butterflies.
Yeah, and you grab the thing from him, and it actually like flaps, and it pushes down. And these are like a huge butterfly, so it actually pushes down with some force and blows some wind in your face, and you feel that.
Yay!
Bye, bye. I'm gonna leave these by your bed. You get well soon, and we'll put them on. You can run around and be a butterfly.
Hak said drunk man. Yay! Hak be butterfly.
All he wants to be is smart and a butterfly.
He's gonna be the smartest goddamn butterfly there ever was.
Oh my
Damn
god.
straight.
This is clearly the biggest win of the campaign right here.
Fucking between this and exploding a nuclear bomb, I think that's probably true. All right, yeah. So let's see what else is next. So I guess the next thing is for Cato to install the cogitators. Does Hak know that you're going to do this?
Nope, I haven't told him.
All right. So Hak, well, I guess you guys are just going to go talk to him, right? So it's been maybe 2 days, so I guess anybody can heal as much as they would in the 2 days. Which I mean, I guess if you're critically wounded, you heal 1 per day, and if you're lightly wounded, which is less than your toughness bonus taken in wounds, you heal your toughness bonus per day.
But aren't we under excellent care?
You are?
So wouldn't that convert that into a full toughness bonus? Isn't
Sure.
that what we did the last time?
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
So
Yeah, you should heal as much as you should heal. That's my answer.
okay, so
You are under
toughness-
excellent care, and you should heal as much as you should heal based on that.
Yeah, so a full toughness bonus per day, I would think.
Yes.
Cool.
All right. And that's for you too there, Gerwulf. Now, Gerwulf, you've been sitting in this plane, this Valkyrie, this space-worthy plane, for 3 days. Have you done anything during that time? Like, other than just sit here quietly?
Nope. I can't think of anything else that I would do in the meantime.
I mean, you don't... Do you even, like... Does the thought of just driving this thing away come to your mind at all?
No.
Okay.
Well, maybe it crosses it, but no.
All right. So I think at some point during that time, you hear a knock on the back door of this thing. It's just like,
I'll ignore it.
it continues, it persists.
Keep my knife hidden. And is there any way that I can see who it is? Like any...
Yeah, you could probably go to a screen or something, see a security camera.
Alright. Check out one of those.
Yeah, so you do you have techies?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, so you fumble around for a bit, but it's pretty easy to figure out where to look. So it takes you like a minute, and he's knocking harder and harder as well. The person is knocking harder and harder as you do this. And when you're done, you see the man that gave you the assignment standing outside.
Alright, and nobody else anywhere?
Nope,
In
it's
line
probably
of
like
sight?
the middle of the night. It's probably like 3 a.m.
Okay. Then I'll go open the door. The
Yeah,
hatch.
so the hatch you've hit the button to open the hatch, the big button that says open, and it drops down, and the man walks in and he goes, Gerwulf, I see you have some new accommodations.
They're comfortable. I've had worse.
It's been a few days. I wanted to know how the mission I gave you was going.
Had a bit of a snag, showing my nearly replaced arm.
I see. Seems to me you keep losing arms. You might want to look into that. Well-
I've noticed it's when you send me out to do things.
Can't be held responsible for what happens on a mission. These are the bounties. That's how they work.
It's just a coincidence.
Yes, exactly. A coincidence. Well, wanted to let you know that there's a time frame on this job. I need you to get it done before the week's out, or we're going to have a bit of a problem. What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Why a week?
Before the week is out, so before the end of the week, it's about 3-4 days. Because that's the terms of the bounty.
No reason for that? Like,
They didn't give me one, so I can't give you one. All I know is the bounty is up at the end of the week, and if we don't collect it, well, my superiors will be upset.
you said there were other players involved last time.
Numerous.
Any idea who?
Anybody with access to the bounty? There are dozens of folks like us.
And what kind of proof would you need? Another ear?
Something that is unmistakably his. Ear, arbitrator ID, something.
And where would I meet you?
I'll find you.
Right. I'll get on it, but show him my knife. That's all I've got left right now.
He looks at you and goes, "Do you ever hear those stories about the assassins on Old Terra? They didn't have much more than knives. Sicarii, I think they were called. You should look them up sometime." And he turns around and starts to walk out, pulls his hood up over his head. This is probably the first time he's had his hood down. He has sort of slick back black hair in a ponytail that drops behind his head a little bit. He goes, "Yeah, Sicarii, look him up." And he walks out.
All right.
And as he walks out, the door actually just starts to close on its own. Like, you didn't hit any buttons, just comes back up. And that's what happens. So now it's the dawn of day 4. It's only a couple days before, Thoraxis said this is basically your last week here. Cato, you have this device. It's time to go install it.
Let's go see where Hak is.
He's still in hospital, and you know that. Like,
okay,
that's
where's
nothing to quit
Jayce?
asking.
he's you can calm him to figure out where he is. I don't know where Jayce is actually.
Jayce, where you at?
I'm hanging out with Hak.
Okay, I'm gonna come to you.
Okie dokie.
Wherever you is.
You're in the hospital.
Yeah.
Getting our morphine on. I would clearly be the arbitrator that would steal some morphine.
I totally see during this interim 3 days, I see you like sitting here like looking really like you're sitting with your friend, making sure he's okay as he recovers, and like occasionally just like looking over at some of the other IVs and like reading what it says, and then going and then flicking it, knocking some air bubbles out, and just tapping it a little bit, just like pulling it, and then going sitting down and just look like you're sleeping peacefully, but you're actually just high as a fucking kite.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Oh man. All right, yeah. So Eric, Cato, you walk in, and there's a Jay. He's probably just legitimately sleeping at this point, maybe in a chair or something. And Hak sitting there. Hak, at this point, you've probably gotten a hang of using your eyes, so I think you can probably see okay. And you're actually feeling pretty okay. Like, they've dropped back the drugs. They're kind of weaning you off all the hard stuff. Yeah, what do you guys do?
Are we alone in here? Is it just us three?
You're not alone. There are, like, servitors. There's a couple of, like, doctor types, medics, that kind of thing. But you're alone in company. Like, no one's paying attention to you. There's a few other people, like, few other patients in the room, that kind of thing.
If he's willing, am I capable of doing the surgery, or do I need help?
You have a Medicaid skill, right?
I do. And a mechadendrite.
I'm going to say that you are capable of doing this surgery in as much as it's a surgery that a tech priest would usually be involved in. During that 3 days, you received that same like message about choosing a division like 5 more times. And each one is increasingly urgent, like you need to reply probably during that time. I can give you a brief description of what the difference between those divisions are if you want. But it's a thing that I need to know. Yeah.
I assume it's just like a one-line thing.
Yeah, so the 4 things that they listed, they basically... So this is sort of like getting accepted to a college. You've applied to a bunch of different places, or not really applied, like they applied you to a bunch of different places. And these are the people that are like saying, yeah, you can come to this division and work for us. To put it in perspective, there are about 10 divisions of the Mechanicus, and these are like sort of the big 4. So you did good. You got in some good schools. The Divisio Biologus is the branch that deals with the study of the flesh, including like studying diseases and studying, plants, animals, fauna, that kind of thing. Xenos. So it's the thing that you would do. Like the highest ranks of it deal with gene seed as well. So they'll like manage the gene seed ties that the various Space Marine chapters give. The Legio Cybernetica is the one that deals with cybernetics, so like installing mechadendrites and building them, that kind of thing. Eric is part of the Legio Cybernetica. The Prefecture Magisterium deals with techno heresy. They're kind of like an Inquisition within the AdMech. And the Explorator is basically it's kind of like going abroad rather than going to school. You basically join up with a rogue trader and go looking for tech out in the universe.
I'm going to take the last one, the Explorator.
All right. So as an explorator. There we go. I thought it had written explorator. Explorator. There we go. Anyway, as one of those, you would, you send back that thing probably like you probably do it pretty quickly. I would imagine that you don't delay. And they send you the name of a couple of different rogue traders that you're supposed to go meet up with these people and say, I'm an explorator. Here's my credentia. Put me on your fleet. As an explorator, looking for details about odd discoveries, odd pieces of tech, or strangely constructed items will be a little bit easier for you. So there is some gameplay benefit to that. Okay. So you get there. You could probably do this surgery yourself. You're going to want to get other people out of the room, I assume, to do it, because people would notice if you started opening up someone's brain. But yeah, you could probably do this yourself, maybe with the help of like a servitor bot or something.
I'm actually going to talk to one of the doctors in here.
Sure. So there's some field surgeon guy comes over, and he says, you kind of beckon him over, and he walks over and says, "What can I do for you, sir?"
Hi, Doctor. I was wondering if I could take a peek at the implants Hak has installed. I want to sort of suss them out, see their capabilities, evaluate.
He sort of nods his head.
Them.
He's like, yeah, we could do that. And he snaps his fingers, and a servitor sort of muddles over. He's not slow, but he's not really quick either. He just sort of like mauls over. And he reaches into like a pocket that's installed, and he pulls out one of the cybernetic eyes, and he hands it to you, and he goes, "Installed a couple of these, pretty standard. We get them from the Mechanicus. Eric built them for us. And yeah, they're usual quality, nothing special. It's a little tricky. You have to connect them to the optic nerve, which is a pretty long jog through the brain. But yeah, it's a pretty standard procedure." And he reaches into another pocket and pulls out like a big metal sheet. He goes, "This we had to make special. Your friend here lost a big chunk of his rib cage. So we had to install this piece of plasteel and mold it to his body, and then put the skin back over it. By the way, Hak, you have like a metal plate on your left side where your ribs are, and it's like plasteel. It's like it'd probably deflect a knife blade if you got cut. So you have like a permanent 1 armor extra on your body."
Sweet.
This is cool and all, but I'd really like to see how it's hooked up.
He goes, we don't have any patients to. And he looks around, and he's sort of like scanning the room for something, and he notices it, and he like waves and does a back and over, and the servo skull comes over, and it's whirring this, and it comes up in front of you and him, and he goes, "Display picked record," and he gives some date, and it shoots out a holographic image in front of you, and you see Hak lying like supine on a table, and his head is open, his eyes are all just hollow holes, his face is all burnt, and you see like the image of some hands coming around and like installing stuff, and he goes, "This is a picked record of the surgery. I like to take one anytime we're doing any kind of surgery. It's not going to be the highest quality, but you can at least see sort of how we hook things up. That's the best I can do for you."
Okay, thanks. That was illuminating.
Because it's a hologram, which is light. Anyway, so I mean, you look at this, and it looks like a pretty standard procedure to install cybernetic eyes. It's nothing like removing someone's occipital lobe and replacing it with a machine, but very few things are.
Okay, I leave the doctor and I'm gonna go back to Jayce and Hak.
Okay. Yeah, so you kind of, dismiss him essentially, and he walks off and continues making his rounds or whatever. Yeah, and you get back, and Hak's still sitting there, and Jay looks a little bit maybe less sober than before. You're not really sure. You kind of, I think at this point you just assume he's not sober, so he might be totally fucking fine. It's like stone cold, but you just assume he's drunk or high or some combination of the two.
All right, I'm gonna speak in a voice that only these two people can hear.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Hak, are you with me here? Are you awake? Are you somewhat conscious?
Hi, Gadget Man.
So, I have something I want to try that could make you smart. Do you want me to do that?
Gadget Man make Hak smart?
Yes.
Gadget Man do. Gadget Man make Hak smart.
Yes, I'm trying to make you smarter.
Gadget Man make Hak smart.
So this is one of the reasons I want to do this.
So I think as he's doing this, he's like nodding very aggressively. He's like, "Yes, this is something I want."
Yeah. Pretty much.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to convey.
He looks at you and he's like, "Yes, let's do this. This is a no-brainer."
Okay, Jayce. I need privacy. I'm not sure how to get it.
Can we do this in the lumberjack?
You're gonna want medical facilities. You're gonna want the best medical facilities you can. You're doing brain surgery, asshole. Yeah, you're gonna want medical facilities.
I like how you scream, we're doing brain surgery, asshole. You're going to want the best medical facility. Just straight.
Sorry, headset cut out again.
Yeah, you. Okay,
Dude,
good.
come on.
So
Wait,
you're
everything
doing.
else has been done half-assed. Why not brain surgery too?
All right.
What's the worst that could happen?
What's the worst that can happen? I don't know.
Dumber?
Maybe the explosives that he put in the cogitators could go off in his hands because you hit over a bump, or maybe because he doesn't have a table to put anything down. He puts them on the floor and he blows off his leg.
We don't have
I
a
don't
table
know.
on the lumberjack.
That's why we can't do it in the lumberjack. We don't have a table.
Exactly.
God damn it.
Yeah, we had one, then somebody shot it.
It was
No.
made of mahogany, too. Perfectly
Oh,
made
see,
mahogany.
beautiful.
Can I order people out of the room for privacy?
Yeah, any of you can. Maybe not Gerwulf anymore, and probably not Hak because Hak is just too dumb. But yeah,
have
you
a
and
good
Cato, yeah, you're you can kind of think of yourselves. You're like chiefs in the Navy, right? Like you're like pretty far up the chain. You're not like an officer, kind of. You're in like this gray area, but you're like important. So if you say get him out of here, they'll get him out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna order them out and lock the doors behind them.
All right.
Let's
yeah.
just say we're talking about Inquisition things, and they can't overhear.
Yeah, that's totally reasonable. And they go, absolutely. We start wheeling patients out. Most of the patients in here are sort of like Hak Dar. They were at one point pretty badly hurt, but now they're sort of in the recovery ward. So moving them is no problem. The doctor's like, yeah, sure, no problem. Gets the server to start pushing them out. It takes half an hour to get everybody out of the room. There's maybe a dozen other patients here, and they have to disconnect them from stuff. But by the time they're done, you have an empty room that you could probably use for surgery.
Privacy garnered there, buddy. Let's get this
All
over
right.
with.
Let's do this.
All right, go ahead and make. See how I want to do this. It's going to
I'm
be
gonna
the
put
same.
on some rubber gloves seductively.
Do you have the Medicaid skill?
I do not, but I'm gonna put them on anyway.
All right.
We gotta be safe. We don't want infections.
All right. So you snap. Is it safe? Yeah. So let me think about this for a second. let's see what things you need to do. So you need to do. So prepping for surgery is trivial. Actually putting him under is pretty trivial. You just, hook him up to some monitors and give him some anesthetic.
I have experience with that now.
Yeah, actually, no. You know what? You probably do. You've been sitting here watching people take care of him. You know what to do. So you're gonna be helpful here.
Is he going to be the anesthesiologist or however the
No, I think he's going to be sort of more generic help.
Okay.
So
I was going to say, I don't know.
This is going to be similar to the to building the cogitator. You're in good facilities. You're going to get a bonus for that. But basically, you're going to make a series of tests to determine how long things take, whether or not you're successful, and generally speaking, like how well you do. So let's go ahead and say there's got to be a test for making the surgery and a test for how long it takes. So basically, you're going to make 2 tests. If you succeed on one of them, then you have successfully done the surgery. And if you succeed on both, you can assign them as you will to how long it'll take, and that'll help us determine that. I guess you're going to... So the surgery part is opening up and removing his brain. There's also going to be a tech use test to install the cogitator appropriately. And then closing him up, I'll just say that's part of that same surgery roll. So make 2 Medicaid tests and 1 tech use test. The Medicaid test is, because you're in good facilities and you have the help of Jay, you can make it at a +15. And then the tech use test, Jay, if you want to make a tech use test to help him, I'll tell you what your plus is for that.
So for the Medicaid one, it's +15 and then an additional for my Mechadendrite?
Yes, so it's +15 for all the things I control, and then whatever you get. And you're going to get an extra +10 on your tech use. Your tech use is otherwise flat. So I'm giving you a +15 and a +10 to Medicaid and tech use respectively. Everything else that you have works for that.
Okay, so 2 tech use and 1 Medicaid?
2 Medicaid, 1 tech use.
Okay.
Oh, God. That is a critical failure and a pretty good success. Yeah, so you successfully do the surgery. It takes you a whole day of doing surgery to get it done. You can fate point any of these, by the way. I would roll your tech use, though, to make sure that you install the cogitators appropriately.
So the tech use is flat plus the 10.
Yeah, plus Jay's 10 plus whatever other bonuses you have.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so you install it fine. You complete the surgery successfully. No major damage or anything. But it does take you quite a bit longer than you expected. You thought this was going to be like a 4-hour procedure. It ends up taking a lot. It's going to take a lot longer. You can fate point that, and it'll take less time. But otherwise, it's going to take you a full 24 hours to do the surgery.
If it took the full 24 hours, how much time left would we have before we had to get off planet?
It would be the dawn of the final day.
I'm going to fate point it.
Okay. You literally cannot do any worse than what you rolled. So you rolled a 100. That's as bad as it gets. Yeah, so it probably takes like 18 hours. Yeah, you really rolled awful, just bad. Yeah, so it still takes an incredibly long time. It's like 3 a.m. when you finish rather than 9 a.m., but it's still pretty late. It's going to take him a little while to recover, so it'll be like morning by the time you recovered, Hak. We're going to fast forward to that point. Hak, you go through this surgery, and when you're under anesthesia, your brain doesn't dream. This is an interesting fact. You don't really dream when you're under anesthesia because your brain is actually like shut down. Like it's not doing the normal work that it would be. So your brain doesn't know to dream. But as you recover, you begin dreaming. And so there's this cool phenomenon that in psychology where people will have dreams that are incredibly vivid when they come out of surgery because they believe they're awake. And so you have this dream where you were much younger, and you're back on Fedrid, and you're in your tribe of people, and you're reliving past experiences, but instead of being the Hak Dar you were, you're the Hak Dar with those cogitators. And so you're reliving these experiences and seeing your past life, and you're beginning to realize that a lot of what you thought was true at the time was not true. You thought that you had a lot of respect in your clan, but in reality they were kind of making fun of you, because a lot of them were a lot smarter than you were. And as you sort of dream this, you feel yourself getting angry and seeing this, great injustice. And at some point in the dream, you stand up and start like invecting against it. You're like telling them everything you would have told them had you been as smart as you are now. And it's this flowery invective full of big words that you've never heard before. And it's almost like listening to someone else talk. And when you wake up, finally, you realize it was a dream, and it comes to you much more quickly than it used to. Like normally when you've had bad dreams in the past, you've woken up and started like hitting things because you thought you were in danger. But this time you wake up and you just like, you're awake and you're in a room and you know where you are and you know who's looking at you. And you look around, and you see Jay, and you see Cato, and one second, I'm pulling up Skype so I can tell you something. Hold on one second.
It's coming to me.
Hang on. I'm getting there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, okay, sorry. I gotta do that thing.
You got a really good roll. I did it behind the screen, but you got pretty much the best roll you could have got out of that.
Sweet deal. I'm not complaining about that.
Yeah. So you wake up and you have a new way, like a new view of things. I'm going to tell you a couple more things here behind the screen because I don't know how you want to play this.
That's fine. I can.
There's going to be one more in a second.
No worries. I'm doing them as you type them.
And I think that's it.
Okay.
You need to mark off, hang on, I'm going to check. You have to check all the boxes? Yeah. I fixed those.
Oh,
so.
You do? Okay. I'm also going to add all those things in.
Oh, actually, I need to give you another stat bonus, too. These things affect your perception as well. That they affect it less, but they do affect it. Okay. Yeah, so you look around and you see this room, you know immediately where you are. These two people are standing over you. Jay probably is taking off like a slightly bloodied glove. The back of your head hurts. It feels like you have like just the worst headache. And your eyes still seem a little bit weird. But otherwise you feel, yeah, a lot smarter than you were before. What do you do?
Holy balls. Hey guys, do we have any aspirin or something?
By God, I think it worked.
I'm gonna look for some aspirin.
I can't. Yeah, you probably find some fucking 41st Millennium aspirin. It's probably like, it's actually like a syringe that's like 8 inches long and just awful.
This one says space Tylenol. Will that work?
Give it here.
Use the generics.
So when he hands you the space Tylenol, they're pills. They're like horse pills. You read it, Hak, and you couldn't read before, but you can now. So actually, you need to check off literate too, if or add literate as an advanced skill, I guess, or I don't know. There's something called literate on here, I'm sure. Yes, literacy.
Literacy.
Yeah, you can read, you can write, you've gone through. This is like jacking into the Matrix. Like, you know kung fu now.
He knows kung fu.
Oh, I forgot. I need to do another roll here. Hold on.
Literacy is intelligence, I want to say.
It's an advanced skill. Yes, it's intelligence.
Sweet. I'm just trying to mark
think
all
that's
this down.
everything. That's fine.
So many
these things, yeah. I mean, they're pretty good, man. So.
I'm just sitting here trying to get everything added. I haven't.
It's gonna take a minute. It's okay.
Okay. That goes to that. This one goes to that.
I like watching the cheat change. Yeah. So, how did I write down, Cato? I need to look at your sheet because I'm not sure you completed that yet, Cato. Because I think I wrote down that you have another thing that needs doing. Yes.
I before E, except after C.
Yeah, and you know what? Hak knows that now. So, yeah, so you look at this thing and your brain just immediately, like, fluently absorbs the information on it. And you don't just absorb the information on it, like, you know, it says acetaminophen, and you immediately think, oh yeah, acetaminophen, it's this thing, it's you know, a structure that has an acetyl group added to it. And, like, you have some understanding of the chemistry. It's just like magic knowledge is downloaded into your brain.
Alright, so I end up taking that Tylenol and just popping it like the pills they are and just swallowing straight.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, like, well, I can speak in complete sentences now, guys. That's the thing.
Do you
How much of the bottle
understand
did he
what has
swallow?
happened?
Do you understand tolerances and liver damage? We just went through all that work, and you're gonna kill yourself by destroying your liver. You can't take the whole bottle.
Did you take the whole bottle? You wouldn't have taken the whole bottle. Not as smart as you.
Liver damage,
No.
huh?
I would have taken at least a couple pills to compensate.
Yeah.
Now I can actually think about, okay, this is my
So-
height, this is my weight ratio. I can
Yeah.
do that chemical math, and I would have taken the appropriate amount.
So, none of you know how much smarter he is. I know how much smarter he is. You're going to be surprised. Yeah, so, Hak, you take a couple of Tylenol. What's going on?
Oh, sweet, those butterfly wings are still there. I wonder how they look now that I actually can stop and think about it now. I just kind of go and put on the butterfly wings, like, how does this look, guys? I just kind of start jumping around a little bit, kind of also getting used to everything.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta get you out in the field,
No.
man. It just the room doesn't do it justice.
Shit. Well, and I go and I...
Probably looks like that.
Let's see.
Oh, God, yes.
That's
exactly.
awesome.
Exactly like that. Amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. So I take those wings and I take my axe and I just head outside and I start kind of walking around.
Yeah, so
At
you
3
walk
a.m.?
outside and... Yeah,
I want to throw over.
No, he's recovered. It's probably about 9 a.m. by now.
Okay.
So
I want to tell Eliza over the combeats to look out the window.
You get... you don't actually hear anything back.
quick
She doesn't
OOC.
reply or anything.
Do I also get my toughness bonus back in wounds again?
Yes. So do you, Gerwulf.
Yeah, I'm at full health.
Should you?
Me too.
Yeah, so you don't hear anything back from her, Jay.
Well, that's
I'm gonna follow Hak outside.
Yeah,
Okay.
me too.
Holy balls, the sky is weird. Oh, see, I'm assuming right now the sky is like some weird dark green.
Why is that?
Probably because from all the trees and the grass, it's a reflection of all those.
Oh,
various
you know what?
effects.
I never actually thought about how that would work. Let me think about that for a second. Well, so I mean, the way that the sky is colored, it's equal parts the water and also refraction and also the color of our star, and there's like chemical interaction in the atmosphere. I'm gonna say it's probably like a palish green, but it looks just kind of generically overcast most of the time. The water cycle on this planet is fucked up, by the way.
Just like
'cause there are no
everything else in
oceans.
the 41st and in the 41st millennium.
Well, there are no oceans, so like there are a couple of big lakes, but there are no like continent-sized oceans. It's actually only about 30% water on the planet, so like 30% standing water. There's lots of water in the soil and stuff, but yeah. So you walk outside and you look at the palish green sky. It's early morning. There's a bright spot in it where the sun is, and yeah, you're out here for the first time, and you sort of fully comprehend where you are and what's going on. Yeah, what do you do?
So, Cato, you did a pretty damn fine job. Also, where's the frickin' weed whacker? I want to take down some of these frickin' trees that keep growing. It's starting to annoy me.
I want to talk to you first before we handle the trees.
Sure, what's up?
Do you understand what's happened? Why you've gone from not smart to smart?
What do you mean?
Do you understand that there was a time in your life when you were not smart, and that time is now over?
Yes, that time was kind of sucky, because I couldn't think straight half the time, and I was literally yelling random obscenities and just, like, growling at people. That was kind of weird.
Do you remember
Sorry.
a person who worked with us, who you attacked?
Oh, you mean Gerwulf? That asshole.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, what about him?
Do you think now, with your new intelligence, you would have done the same thing?
Had I already been this intelligent? Probably not. However, thinking back on coming and trying to get to this point where I would be this intelligent, and had he stood in my way like he did, yeah, I could see myself repeating that. Why are you even asking me this? The guy's frickin' dead.
What if he wasn't dead?
Cato, what'd you do?
I'm interested to hear how you approach things now, if they're different with your intelligence. And it's sounding like, to me, they're not.
So, from what I'm hearing so far, Gerwulf is still fucking alive, and you frickin' lied to me, you douche. What the hell?
That is true.
Why did you frickin' lie to me, guys? Seriously.
When you weren't smart, you were treated like a child because you were a child. But now you have intelligence, you have reason, you have faculty. And you can approach problem solving in a different way. And in fact, you can approach it in the only way we solve problems, through our intelligence. And sometimes that is violence, but that should be the last resort.
Why? Not... What century are you frickin' from? That sounds like 24th millennium crap. This is the 41st millennium.
You probably wouldn't know that, but your argument is not invalid, so...
This is
If we were to kill everyone who slights us in any way, we would have a tough go of it.
If we killed anyone that came in... If we killed anyone that disagreed with us or went against the Emperor's wishes, we would be living in the 41st millennium. And hey, we're living in the 41st millennium. What about that?
I agree with your statement on the Emperor. That's correct. But people can disagree, and we can still come to amicable resolutions.
What you are saying sounds a little bit like heresy to me, Cato.
People can't agree? That's heresy?
Depending on the form of it, it could be.
I'm just gonna out of character. Yeah, basically, like heresy is heterodoxy, right? Like it's people don't agree with the dogma, and that therefore they must die. So.
Yeah, I'm not saying disagree with the dogma. I agree 100% with you. We must follow the Emperor. I'm saying, though, for matters that don't concern the Imperium, we can disagree on certain things.
I could see that to some degree, but it would depend on the situation and the scenario. What kind of scenario are you trying to present me with?
All right, here's the scenario. Gerwulf's still alive. What do you do?
First, I call you a fucking douchebag, because you fucking lied to me. Douchebag.
That's fair.
Second, I would ask where he is, and depending on how he responds, may earn him an axe to the chest, or me walking away.
Okay, let's go talk to him.
Lead the way.
All right. So Jay, during all this exchange, what are you like? You just sit there and watch?
This is not my train, man. I'm just riding it.
Not my circus.
I don't
not
know
my
where
monkey,
it's going. Yeah.
Not my circus, not my monkey. Okay. Yeah. So you guys can walk down. You don't have to move your tokens. We can just say that you're there. Yeah. So you walk down to Gerwulf. Gerwulf, you have now been in this small enclosed space with no facilities. Or anything, there's food, but that's about it. Food and water, for 4 days.
I need to establish a poop corner.
There's a bathroom, but there's like no wash facilities. You probably don't smell very good.
Krieg,
Yeah,
never did.
and you hear a knock at the door, clonk, clonk, clonk.
We wouldn't knock. We'd have keys to that. We'd just go in.
Okay, yeah. So you open the door, and you see the familiar
Knocking
face.
to my own ship.
Yeah.
It's like, hang on, guys, my pants are down. Let me pull up my pants.
So, yeah, so the door opens and you see the familiar face of Cato and Jay and the familiar hulking frame of Gerwulf, who's had his head shaved.
Wait.
wait, I didn't have my head shaved.
The familiar hulking frame of Gerwulf? Or
Not
Hak
really that
Dar?
whole.
No, Hak, I'm sorry.
There we go.
Name Hak, okay?
All right.
So,
To my head. Okay.
okay, so you see me,
I like-
Gerwulf.
I just want to. So the other thing before we get started on this, so Hak, you need to take 2d5 insanity points, and Cato, you need to take another 1d5 corruption and insanity points.
Oh,
my
God.
god,
So
that was wonderful. I think
that's an insanity table insta roll, I think.
I don't know. Do you actually have to roll on it yet? I don't know
Isn't
that-
it like every 10 points or something?
I don't know. Hang on. Fear and damage. Going insane. The insanity track. You get your first mental trauma at 40 to 49 insanity points.
Oh, so I still got quite a while. I'm at 16.
Going insane.
Yeah.
Actually, short term. Each time, no, actually, I'm sorry. He must make a trauma test. This is a willpower test modified by the difficulty of how many insanity points. Yeah, so you do actually have to make a roll on the insanity track, which is on page, table 8.5. Yeah, so on page 234. Yep.
I make a roll, a willpower test minus my insanity bonus.
Yeah, your trauma modifier. So you have how many points?
16 right now.
Yeah, so you're gonna make a trauma modifier of willpower test plus 10. So you're rolling 1d100 plus 10, and you hard fail it. Yes. Okay, roll 1d100 and add 40. We'll see what happens.
This gonna be good.
Oh yeah.
76. The character is constantly fearful, seeing danger everywhere, and is extremely jumpy. The character gains a +10 to all perception-based tests and -10 to willpower for 1d5 days. So go ahead and roll 1d5. This is going to basically, you can just change your numbers because it's going to be for the rest of the campaign.
I would feel like that's accurate too, considering he came out of surgery and now he's all smart and has new eyes.
Yeah, so you for the next 5 days, you're like tweaked. Like you're just like seeing danger everywhere, right? Like you're freaking out. You gained insanity. Do you have 10 corruption points?
I have 2.
Okay. Does anyone have at least 10 corruption points?
I have 14.
Okay. I believe you have to make a test as well.
You believe or you know?
Yeah, for every 10 corruption points the character gains, he must test willpower to see if his corruption has manifested as literal damage to his body and soul. So let's see how many you have, because I think you also probably have more than 10 insanity points, right? So I see 14 insanity points and 8 corruption points for you, Cato. Is that right?
Okay, yeah.
And then Hak has 16 and 2. That makes sense. The rest of you, I think, are okay.
Oh yeah.
So I just have to roll willpower and then see what happens.
So he makes a willpower test to see if his corruption is manifested, literal blah, blah, blah. You have 1 to 30, so you get a +0 on that test. So just a straight willpower test. Oh my god, I love you people. All right, so the roll is modified by CPs. The test has failed. The character's corruption of spirit is given form. These metaphysical and psychosomatic scars are called malignancies. They are randomly rolled on 8/8. If a player rolls a result, he must roll again. So on page 239, you're going to roll 1d100.
And this is for what?
You're going to get a malignancy. So you failed the test. Fortunately, this is not like an insanity test where you would get +70 on the roll, which would be very bad. But basically, you failed the test to resist corruption, so you're going to take some. So you're going to get some malignancy applied to you.
Okay.
Representing, because you've basically been fucking around with elements of the warp and chaos and tech heresy, and it's going to manifest itself in some way.
All right, so I just roll 1d100?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
31. Okay.
Witch
mark. The character develops some minor physical deformity or easily concealable mutation. It is small, but perhaps enough to consign him to the stake if found out by a fanatical witch hunter. You must hide it well. So, let's see. I think that what would make sense here? I think that you probably in between those last 4 days where you were building this thing and working on it, you probably noticed that like your side begins to itch, like where the flesh meets the metal part of your body. You notice like there's just like a like malignant rash, just like this gross, bubbling, pussy sort of nasty thing. And you look at it and you treat it thinking it's just like something you caught, like basically bad, Pertellin poison ivy, essentially. But over time, it actually sort of just sits there and scars and becomes this great ghastly mole that sits on your body and has the shape of, that arrow symbol that I've shown a few times now, the one that was the Order Pila Ignium symbol. Mm. It sort of rests in that shape. It's like a scar or like a mole that's just in that shape. It looks like the arrow, and there's like a ring around it. And it's totally concealed by your clothes, but you have that on your person now. Okay, and you can write that on your character sheet. So nobody else has more than 10 insanity or corruption points, correct?
Correct.
Oh, Cato, you had 14 insanity points. It's not corruption points.
I thought... Oh.
We did this backwards. You
Okay.
still failed. Roll. So don't add that weird thing.
I was just going
instead.
attached to it.
Well, I can give you 2 more corruption points.
I'm good.
Okay, so roll 1d100 plus 70. This is going to be good. 127. So this is what actually happens. The character reacts to the slightest stress or pressure by becoming extremely agitated. When performing any task that involves a test, the character must first pass a willpower test or suffer a -10 to that test. If the character gets into combat, all tests automatically suffer a -10 modifier. It lasts for 1d5 days. So you're basically at a -10 unless you pass a willpower test. Roll 1d5? Yeah, so basically till the end of this plays out. So
That's a
you're at a
minus what?
-10. -10.
Okay.
Um,
All tests.
Yep, so that's ballistics, tech use, the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
Yeah, so, okay. Hak, you're super twitchy. Cato, you're also probably pretty twitchy. Like, you're very agitated and, like, angry. Maybe not angry is the right word, but you're just, like, pumped. You're just, like...
He's on his period.
Well, it's more like... It's more like being scared. Like, it's just like this insane fearfulness. Like, everything's coming to a head. You just did something you know is, like, super out of the orthodox. You're, like, you had a scare with some kind of weird mole on your person. It's cleared up, but it's, you know, it was weird. And, like, you don't really understand why all this is happening because you're just trying to do something you think is right. But somehow, like, all of this shit is happening to you. And you're down talking to Gerwulf. And, Hak, you're talking to Gerwulf. What do you say?
So, you're still alive.
I am, most of me.
Really?
So are you?
What other limb did you lose?
Just the left one.
Ah. Could have done that all at once last time if you wanted us to. But looks like you just grew too attached to it.
Yeah. It'll get better.
Is that all you're gonna say? The one who wanted me to remain an idiot?
Why would I want that? When you were an idiot, you nearly killed me.
Twice.
Because you wanted me to
Twice.
stay an idiot. And what was the second time?
So wait, you aren't anymore?
Am I talking in broken sentences?
No, so then you should be smart enough to know the difference, right? That I would not want that. There's no point to it.
It depends on what you want. Because last time I remember really knowing it was you, you didn't want me to be smart. You want me to be an idiot. You can say you could say that all every way till Sunday. It wouldn't matter because you know I can beat you.
I actually just wanted help. Your friend ambushed me.
Your friend, my friend ambushed you. Yeah, you see, I'm not following that one. Because, you see, I don't know you as well as I know Rack. I know Rack pretty damn well. And that is not in Rack's nature. So, if you're having me choose between believing either Rack or you, you're losing that battle, buddy.
Doesn't really matter who you believe now. It's over.
Does it now? Because I see you locked in this ship, which, as far as I can tell, I don't know entirely what's going on because no one has frickin' explained it to me yet. But it seems like you're in some pretty big doo-doo. So what'd you do, buddy? Like a Krieger. And I just walk out.
All right, and so yeah, you turn and walk away, heading towards the just the square, probably just walking off. Yeah,
I'm gonna start cracking windows because it stinks like ass in here.
Windows on a
That's my shit
spaceship?
corner.
There's got to be something we can crack. There's got to be some.
you
ventilation
probably reach into a corner and grab out a can, and you spray it in the air. It smells awful, but it smells a different kind of awful, and it's labeled on the front 41st Millennium Lysol.
Oh, good. Look, it says shitress, guys. We're covered. Who stocks this shit? They just throw it in anger and just fucking walk out.
So it's Cato and Gerwulf left at the plane thing. What are you guys doing?
So, did that work out how you were hoping?
He didn't kill you. I'm considering that a positive first step.
We're making
Well,
progress, guys.
You know he'll turn on you again if we run into his friend.
Maybe. Maybe. We'll see
not
that
stable.
when it happens.
Alright. Probably Oliver funeral.
Yeah, so as you guys are talking, you hear a booming voice coming from probably half a kilometer away on the other side of the base. Hak, you hear it probably a little better than everybody else. Can you make a perception test, an awareness test, rather?
I can. Give it a second. I think this one will go better than most of my previous awareness tests. How the hell?
Or not. I cannot believe.
How did I fail that?
You rolled an 82. Yeah, so
Stellar rolling tonight,
hear,
guys.
you just hear some big booming voice, and you see something pretty far away in the distance. It's just two large figures. You can't really make out what they are. Jay, you're probably not too far behind him. Can you make an awareness check at -10? And I'm going to line you guys up the way I believe you are. Yeah, so you just hear the same.
Stellar rolling.
You hear the same sound. Whoa, I did that wrong. You hear the same sound, but you don't really see anything. Hak, what do you do when you perceive that there are figures and there's sound coming from them?
I actually kind of grab my axe, kind of not fully ready it, but kind of like have it almost ready to take a swing, given an extra second if I need to. And I start walking towards that sound.
Okay, everybody roll for initiative. I need to move some pieces around here.
I'm going dead last.
Critical failure.
Oh, man. You are actually.
On the plus side, I'm hoping Hak is a walking god at this point.
Feels like it.
So let's see here. We have.
All our faith now rests with him.
So it looks like Gerwulf is going first.
Alright, I got a knife.
That's all you have to, and you're going to wish you had a bit more. Hak is going second, then Cato. Hak, Cato. Then these guys all go next. And then this guy is actually going before them. The turn order is going to give away what's happening, but... and then Jay is dead last. All right, so
It's all that
Gerwulf,
morphine. It's all that morphine.
I'm actually going to say, Hak, you're going first, so you get like this extra move. So what do you want to do? You're moving towards it, right?
Yeah, which I'm assuming is coming towards like Charn's office area.
Yeah, it's coming up ahead of you. It's up here towards the square. You can see the tokens. So
all right. Yeah, I'm heading
Yeah.
towards that way, which I need the ruler.
and are you running or are you walking?
Oh, I'm running at this point because Big Boom.
Yeah, so
is,
you can move about 3 squares in a run. It's well, you know, let's make it 4. This is not to scale. This map is terrible. I actually don't like doing maps anymore. That I use them. They're a crutch. So you can move like 4 squares in a run.
done.
All right. So Gerwulf, it's your turn. You hear a loud booming voice. You can't make out anything. There's a building in the way, but you know where it's coming from. I assume you want to head in that direction or what? Gerwulf?
Oh, my thing was muted. Did I see where Jay went?
Yeah, you saw him sort of walk around the corner. You can kind of still make him out. He's through some bushes and stuff, but you can still kind of see him.
Alright, I'll head towards him. Hey, buddy, mind if I have my weapons back now?
Yeah, so you can move 4 squares, and you can calm them too. So
Yeah.
I'd come over the ship that they're in the ship.
What?
Is this after you moved?
Okay, where is everyone? I lost them.
So Jay is up around the corner from you by that little guard post. Hak is way down that road, and I believe you calmed Jay to ask for your weapons back, and he said you guys are in the ship.
Okay, yeah. Say I'm heading up now.
They're locked up in the cabinet next to the shitress cabinet.
Oh, they are in there. I thought he said, okay, that makes way more sense.
So they're in the shitress cabinet. So you kind of run towards them. No. You already moved. Don't do that. No, you ran towards them. You hear this, and next turn you could start running back because you now understand. Hak, you get to go again because you got your little surprise around there. I assume you want to keep running.
I do. There's my run.
Okay. Cato, it's your turn.
Am I actually next to a Valkyrie, or is this just some stand-in for a spaceship?
That's
all right.
Yeah, it's like a Valkyrie. It's Charn's ship, the same one you flew the other day.
I'm gonna get in it, start it up.
Okay. It's gonna. Can you make a pilot test? It's gonna take some amount of time for you to get it started up.
Oh, it's going to take me a while to get there. I might as well just hang out and gun for you.
Yeah, it's gonna take you 4 rounds to get it started. So, I'd put like a 4R. Actually, I'll do that right now. Yeah, 4. And then each round you come by, you can keep. I just restarted my thing. Sorry.
Okay.
It's still loading in for me. Yeah, so at each round you can knock off 1, and it's just you doing all the pre-flight and stuff and that kind of thing. Okay. So you guys all hear another booming sound coming from down the way. Can you make another awareness check, everybody? Hak, you're getting a +10. Jay, you're still at the -10. And the rest of you can make it, but you're really not going to make anything out. So, Hak, you hear the sound of the Space Marine. So do you, Butch, actually. And he's screaming angrily. That's probably what you can make out. Hak, you can really make out a bit more. You can kind of separate and see that he's got something shiny and sort of bronze in his hand and holding it sidewards. And then he also has a gun with him. Yeah. So that's his turn. You hear a few more screams from voices you recognize but can't distinguish. So, like, you know who they are, but you don't know who's saying what at any point in time. And that's the turn. Jay, it's your turn to move.
I will start running towards them.
All right. That's that. Gerwulf, it's your turn. I assume you want to run back to the get to the chopper. You can move 4 squares. I think it's going to take you another round to get there. Yeah. So next round you'll be able to get there. Hak, as you're running towards this, what you see is that shiny brownish thing that this big space marine was holding up. He throws it in your general direction. He's going to throw it. He just throws it and it sort of plops on the ground. Doesn't get behind it really well enough. But it, clonks on the ground. It makes a loud sound and seems to be stuck there. I need to roll his damage.
To the ground.
Oh, man.
You did 7 damage to the fucking ground. Awesome.
Yeah, well, no, he did damage to the thing that he threw.
Come on,
yeah,
let it damage the ground.
you that's what you hear. Did you already move?
I have not yet.
Okay, so you can move. And as you get closer, you see that the person doing most of the angry screaming is the Space Marine, and the thing that he threw is Eliza. And she plonked on the ground pretty hard. Do you say anything to anybody else when you hear this?
Over comm beads?
Yeah.
Guys, Janice just slammed Eliza into the ground.
Fucking Janice.
Was it like a playful slam or like a WWE slam?
Like
It
pile
was- it
driver
was-
slam.
It was like, I don't want this piece of crap anymore. Toss it on the ground. It's like that song, and I threw it on the ground. That's what happened.
Bad form.
Because he's an adult.
Not a
Okay.
part of your system. Disrespect your surroundings.
So yeah, that happened. A little help would be awesome, because I don't know what might happen. Perhaps one of the Valkyries to shoot.
Can Hak
Pew
get a
pew.
running bonus with his butterfly wings?
You didn't tell me that they were supposed to give him a running bonus, so they don't have
That's
anything to give him a running bonus. If it's not in the rules, it's not in the game.
Get Eric to put some fucking jet boosters on there. God damn it.
Worth it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Not a part of your system. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, so it seems that Mr. Janus has gone nuts. He takes he's got something else in his other hand. And he aims whatever it is towards Thraxis and takes a shot. Full auto. Why not? And he hits, but he only hits once, which is probably a good thing for him. Oh, holy crap. Holy crap. I think he might be dead. That was not expected. Carapace is pen 5, so he hits in the 75, goes to, I need to pull up my sheets here. 75 goes to 57, which is the body. No armor. His toughness is really good, though, so I think he'll be okay. His toughness is 5. Does he have unnatural toughness? Oh my god. He has a lot of stuff. Hold on. He has auto sanguine and shit. Like, yeah, unnatural toughness. His toughness is 5. He takes 7 wounds off of that. That's ridiculous. Okay. So he gets pelted by a bolt, and you hear the familiar sound of like a pff, boom going off. And yeah, he seems to have taken a good hit. Charn is going to draw out. He's got to have a better gun than one of these things. Hold on 1 second. So he's going to do shots. He's going to aim and take a shot. And he hits. And he's going to do his Thraxis. So he's going to shoot. Yeah, I'll shoot this. He has 13 pen 4. That's probably not going to do any damage. Powered up, where he hits. 61 is 16, that's the head. No, that's right arm. Right arm is 8, 10, so 10. Pen 4, that's 6. 13, that's 7 to him. Oh, I put his stupid, hang on. Wounds. Not a part of your system. He's at 35 to start. And he's -7. Yeah, so he didn't put any skills for him. Okay, good. Combat Master and Deflect Shot. Okay, cool. Yeah, so he takes a shot. Eliza's down. She's hurting pretty bad. Fortunately, she's being ignored for the moment. She skips her turn, and Thraxis takes a shot back, taking aim, and he's actually shooting. Yeah, we'll say full auto. Why not? Oh man, he hits hard. 15, 10. Okay, so let's do this math real quick. Where does he hit? 33 is 33, which is the body, and it's got pen 4. on 10 armor, so that's -6 to each of these, and I need to also do his toughness. I didn't actually do that last time, which is wrong. 4. So he's got a total of 6 and 4 is 10, so he's taking 5. Oh, wait, no, he's got unnatural toughness. He takes 1 damage. So the first one caught him off guard, and you didn't notice. So yeah, you guys start hearing gunshots, and you immediately realize that this is an important, like, you need to fucking get there. You can move like twice your movement rate for the next couple rounds to get caught up. Jay, it's your turn. You can move 8 squares.
Okay.
All right, and Gerwulf, I assume you're getting in the Valkyrie.
Yeah, collect my guns and then get to the gunner seat.
All right, yeah, so you go in and you probably only have time to grab a couple of them. They're sort of all stowed away, separated, broken down, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
so
just my pistols.
Yeah, okay. So you grab your hand cannon and you grab your bolt pistol and you shove them in your holsters and you run to the gunner's seat. Hak, it's your turn. There's a space marine. He's angry and he threw a pretty lady on the ground. What do you do?
I run up to said pretty lady, in this case Eliza, and I go and say, "What happening? Why big man angry?"
You're smart now.
I know I'm smart. I'm intentionally trying to hide it because I know cogitators are technically heresy. And they don't know I have it.
Oh, so what you're saying is you're smart now. Okay. Yeah, so...
hence I'm intentionally trying to hide it because I know it's heresy.
All right. So yeah, she's totally out cold. And Charn says, get back.
I've already moved the full thing, unless I can take some of it back.
No. So you're up there next to her, and Mackiel Janice sort of just cackles, and you hear this like wrenching. I can't make the sound that it makes, but it's just like this wrenching, gross, hollow and wet sound that just sort of it sticks to you, and it just feels bad. Cato, you're going through your prep. You got 3 more turns on it. And the big guy himself looks angrily at Charn and takes a shot with his bolter. He's not really aiming, though, but he does hit. Holy dog shit! I think Charn's dead. I think he's actually dead. I think that actually killed him. That's not how I hoped that he would end, but I'm pretty sure he's dead. Well, he has 21 wounds. He might be okay.
You were gonna kill him in like game 2. Round
I
2.
was, but I've grown attached to him. Fuck you. 34 is the body. He has no armor on the body because of Pen 5. His toughness is 4. So he takes 18.
Damn.
Holy
Wait,
shit.
are we allowed to burn fate points for NPCs?
No. They don't have fate points either. They just die. So fate points are supposed to represent the fatedness of your character. And like the fact that you have been chosen by the God Emperor, or something else in your case. Because you're clearly not good servants of the God Emperor. To serve mankind, and so you have some sort of preternatural ability to avoid danger. Yeah, so he sees you, Hak, running towards the thing he threw, and he hears Charn say something and start moving towards you to like pull you back, get you out of the way. And he just takes his bolter and aims it sort of generally, doesn't even look at Charn, and pops off a shot. And it hits Charn right in the chest, like right square in the center of the chest. And Charn is actually blown back, a few dozen feet, and is on the ground. So that's his turn. Charn is, he's recovering himself. He's trying to like get up. You see him inject himself with something, like he pulls it out of his side, and it seems to be a dud, is the point. And she's still on the ground. She's passed out. Thraxis is angry. He wants revenge on this guy. He runs up. What's the range on this thing? 10. No, he's not going to run up. He's going to shoot. That's really low damage, though. Oh, pen 14. No, he's got to do that. So, yeah, he runs up. Having seen this guy attack a guardsman, throw his, best agent on the ground, he runs up into range and makes a shot with something he calls the Wrath of Saul. And he fucking nails it. His 15 damage, pen 14, which means no armor.
Pen 14?
Yeah, it's a fucking melt-a-gun, motherfucker. And he hits him in the head. Yes! I love it when people die.
Boom!
So
Headshot.
Yeah, boom, headshot, no lies. So he's got 8 toughness on 15. That's another 7 off the top. Okay. Is that right? Yeah, 8 to 14. Cool. Yeah, so he shoots with this melt-a-pistol, and you hear this, hollow sort of, humming sound, and then it goes, shoo, and you see this wave of heat. And if you look at it, it's like looking at, a hot blacktop. It's, sort of bending light as it goes through it. And it hits him in the head, and you see Michael Janus actually stumble. And Jay, as you hear that big boom that comes from this gun, Thraxis comes over comms and says, he's found us out. Get down here now. Bring whatever weapons you can. And almost simultaneously with the end of that sentence, you hear a massive boof, just like this huge sound. It's off about 2 kilometers away, and it's this laser beam that is hitting the ground, and it's just this massive, bright pink light, and it hits the ground over there. Yeah, so what do you do?
That's probably not good.
Yeah, probably not. It lasts for about 10 seconds. It's the loudest thing you've ever heard.
I'm gonna fucking die on this shithole mud planet. God damn it. I'm gonna keep running, though, to the fucking thing.
Okay. Gerwulf, you are in the gunner seat waiting for this thing to spin up. Do you have any piloting skills or tech use skills?
Nope, just my gun stuff that I used last time.
Yeah, so I guess you're useless. So yeah, you gotta sit here while Cato gets the thing off the ground.
Fun and me.
Alright, Hak, it's your turn.
I end up charging into range after hearing that over comms and being now smart, even though Thraxis doesn't know it. I actually charge the Space Marine.
Alright, dude. It's your fucking funeral.
I hit him!
Alright, where'd you hit him? 55, that's the body.
Buddy, yes, I probably didn't do anything.
You did 1 damage.
Woo!
Actually, wait, no. I'm sorry. He has 8 armor and 8 toughness. That's 16 total. That's 8 armor after you do the pen. So he has 10 armor normally, 8 and 8 is 16. You don't do anything. It just dings off of his armor. Yeah. And so as he sees your chain axe come and plink off his armor, and he looks at you and laughs.
My great axe. I didn't think my chain axe would be able to do enough consistently.
Okay, yeah. So he sees your axe. Actually, it's a primitive weapon. And you're smart now. You know this. He has his armor will just deflect primitive weapons. There's no way you're going to be able to get through it.
So I would have to switch to my chain axe next round.
Yes.
Okay.
So, you see, he kind of laughs at you. I'm going to say that you just use your chain axe. We'll just keep the damage, but you use your chain axe.
Fair enough.
I think your chain axe also has more pen on it.
It's the same pen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, you see that he's he just laughs as you shoot him, or hit him with your axe, and he goes, "You can't. It's power armor." He's just not even looks at you weird, and he kind of his helmet sort of comes down in the front, and it's still covering his eyes, but his mouth is agape, and it's just hanging on. It's not even connected to the rest of him. and he's just taking it off because it's more comfortable for him ostensibly. And he's just like laughing at you, and you see this jaw that's unhinged just open up and go ah ha 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 ha. And yeah, it's pretty creepy shit. Cato, you can mark off another round here, so I will do that. You're just about through your pre-flight, and you're getting close. But Janice is back up, and Janice is he looks at you, and he says, "Let me show you how to use that, little man." And he makes himself an attack, and he hits you for that much damage.
I'm gonna try and dodge that.
It's probably a good plan.
Damn
you
it.
fail.
14 pen 2. So 3.
Pen 4.
Or pen
15
4.
pen
3. And 11. So I eat 11 of that. So I take
4 damage?
Yes. 4. Which actually surprisingly isn't too bad.
What did he hit you? 22? Yeah, 22 is the arm. So he
Oh,
cuts
so
into your arm.
I take 5 then.
Yeah. Yeah, so he cuts into your arm and gives you a good gash. Charn is still out, so is Eliza. Thoraxis is here. However, he can only shoot Wrath of Sol once. So he says, "Oh, I guess we're going in." So he goes ham and charges. And the charge gives you a +10, I believe. But he
Also
misses with his
+10.
chance.
You would have missed anyway, but also another +10 since it's 2 against 1, I would think.
Not for him. Not for him. Normally you would think that, like, you're outnumbered and you're just going to be some opening, but as you guys, so like the combat rounds, the test isn't your action. The test is like the representative of all of the actions over the whole combat round. So as he's charging in, like, he makes his swing, and normally that would open up a place for you to go and hit him. But with this guy, there's nothing. Like, there's no way to get past his defenses. He just knows where you'll be, what you'll do, and he's got his bolter and his chainsword, and he's just swinging. He's actually like as a full bolter too. It's not even like a bolt pistol or something. He's hitting you with his full bolter and his chainsword and just causing all sorts of problems for you, and you can't hit him. Like, you just can't get in on him. He's clearly a master of combat. So that's his turn. Jay, it's your turn.
Still running.
Okay. I think you get there. So you probably are like here. I didn't do the math on the run. So you're probably in range, and you can... you've been motivated to get there, so you can do something.
I would like to grab Eliza and start dragging her out of there.
Okay, yeah, so you can start dragging her back on your next turn. So you like take a chance to grapple her, and actually I'll let you go back a couple squares because you're not shooting or anything. I was going to let you shoot, so.
I don't think my shotgun, even if it fucking rolled critically well, would even touch him.
Yeah, probably not. Maybe if you aim for his head, you might be able to hit him in the jaw, and cause some damage because he has less armor there because he doesn't have the face part on.
I feel like it'd be like shooting a BB pistol at a really pissed off elephant.
Yeah, probably. You have any explosives?
I do not.
Yeah, that's sad. All right, yeah, so you can start dragging her back. I'm going to move you to, like, here. Do you want to try to pick up Charn, too? Because Charn's pretty much down for the count.
Yes, that was the goal, was to get them out of there.
That's what I figured. So, yeah, so you're pulling her, and she's really heavy because she's in power armor and shit. So she's, like, hard to move. But you've got her sort of by the collar, and like the armor is helping to some extent too because it's got a good handhold that you can grab. So it's your turn. Gerwulf, you're still stuck there. Hak, it's your turn.
I will make a swift attack against the giant frickin' Space Marine. Do I get a +10 now though, because of the outnumbering, or still?
No, you don't.
Okay.
No. Yeah, you miss, and you hit. And you 19 pen 2. He has 8 and 8, so he takes 3. It's 8 all over. Did you? Unless you hit him in the head. Did you hit him in the head?
24, 42. So no, I am in the body.
Okay. Yeah. So he takes. You get a good cut on him, maybe in a joint or something, and it causes his armor to bind up a bit. Hang on one second. Yeah, so that's your turn. Cato, you got 1 turn left. You're actually starting to take off now. and you'll be in the air soon. Sorry, 1 second. Oh man, EG won their second game. They got one more to go.
Sweet deal.
Yeah. All right, yes, it's your turn, and Janus is back. He's going to attack Thraxis. And he's going to make a swift attack, because he can. And swift attack, you get plus 10 on each?
No, you just get to roll twice.
Okay, so you roll twice. And he's going to attack again. And he hits twice. Thraxis is probably going to eat most of that, which is good. It's the wrong person. Thraxis. His toughness is 5 times 2 is 10. Yeah, he's going to eat all of that, I think. Pen 4. Yeah, he eats... Oh, he actually takes like 2 for that second one. Yeah. So he gets a soft hit on him, but doesn't take too much damage. Charn's still out. Eliza's out. Well, Charn's probably starting to come to. Like, he's still capable of moving. Jay, when you look at Eliza's armor, it's actually got like this big handprint crushed into it. And it's very clearly pretty broken. It's Thraxis' turn. Thraxis is going to make a swing with his sword. It's the wrong one. He's going to make an all-out attack. And he misses. Jay, it's your turn. You're going to have a hard time carrying both of them, but you might be able to get one of them up and start moving.
I would get Eliza first.
Well, so
first.
let me say, get one of them up. You can get Charn up. Like, Charn's coming too, but Eliza's out cold.
Oh, if I can get Charn up, we can get her out together.
Yes.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. Sorry, I was killing a fly.
Did you hit it?
I don't need to hit it. I have an electric fly swatter, which is the greatest invention known to man.
Is it that racket you
salt
took from Mom
shotgun.
and Dad?
No, I bought one,
Nice.
but it's great, yeah. Yeah,
You need the
so...
salt shotgun.
Say again?
You need the salt shotgun.
Yeah, but that's like Mars up walls. This thing, it's like a little tennis racket, but it's got electrical lines that run through it. It's got 2 AA batteries. You hit them and it sparks them, explodes them. It's great. Kills them dead, burns their wings off. Yeah, so you can like walk over and hit Charn a couple times. He's sort of like groggy, but he's like trained for this. So he gets up and comes over to help you drag Eliza out. And you'll be able to get her to safety in like a round or two. But as this is happening, there's another one of those giant beams. This one's much further away, maybe across the way. And Charn just sort of like mutters, "Exterminatus, off planet, now." And like he's grabbing onto her and like doing things that are just rote memory for him. But yeah, basically he's saying that this is game over, man. Yeah, so Gerwulf, you're still stuck there for this last turn. You'll be flying and gunning in a moment. Hak, it's your turn. What do you do?
I make yet another swift attack. Hit.
You hit him.
And
Miss
miss.
19, pen 2. That's the same one you did last time, right?
Yep.
So
another
he's got
3, which
that's
I
right.
hit him in 93.
That's 39, which is a body.
No, I rolled a 39. I switched it for you, so it's the right leg by the way it looks.
It's the same armor. Yeah, so you clip him again, another joint in the leg. Yeah, so Cato, you've now taken off. Now, can you roll an awareness test real quick? Actually, I'm going to need you to roll 2 tests. Awareness test and a logic test. Okay. I really hope you pass the logic test. Okay, so you know that if you shoot your guns into the town square, like into this square, you're going to hit everybody, and they're all going to be taking damage from it. And only one of them is in power armor. Well, actually, only two of them, but only one of them is in functional Space Marine power armor.
Is everyone Inquisitor, Janice, Hack? That's everyone?
And Jay and Charn and Eliza and probably a couple other like people who are just hiding.
Okay.
Yep. So you're taking off. Where do you want to fly?
I want to fly over to where Charn and Jayce and Sister Battle is.
Okay. Controlled by view is Boink. You can control the thing under you. It's not going to move your tokens with it, but you can just move that around. That's you. And you can basically move like 30 of these squares. You can move anywhere on this map per turn. You just show up. So wherever you want to go, that's where you are. Yeah, so you kind of like come over and hover over the... I'm going to make you a little smaller, just for convenience sake. But you're still pretty big. Because you're flying now, so you're a little smaller, relatively speaking. Yeah, so there you are. And Gerwulf... nice. Gerwulf is at the gunner seat. And what do you do? Because so I assume you've told him that you can't shoot into the square or you'll kill everybody, right?
I have now.
Okay.
I guess we had to have something to talk about.
Yeah. So you're like, we can't shoot into the square. We're going to kill everybody. It's too small, too confined to space. They're locked in melee combat. The Space Marine is not intimidated by this, but you know you do see Jay, Charn, and Eliza all grouped together. Gerwulf, what do you do?
See if we can pick them up. I'll just ask, Cato to pick them up first.
Yeah, so Cato, if you're going to do that, then you kind of come down to the low hover. Is that what you want to do? Or do you want to?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Okay,
yeah. So, yeah, you come down to a low hover and come over to Jay and be like, get to the chopper. Yeah, so that's your turn. Janice he sees the Valkyrie and he just laughs. He doesn't think anything of it. It's not a concern for him. And it's going to be, where did I put his sheet? Shit. Janice. He actually takes a shot at the Valkyrie. It's a big target, so he gets the massive target bonus. He shoots full auto at you, but he actually misses, which is impressive for him. So he just sort of shoots in your general direction. He sprays, just to try to like scare you a bit, but it just plinks off the armor of the Valkyrie. Charn is up now, and he's helping Jay. Eliza's still out cold. Thoraxis is going to attack with his chainsword, making a all-out attack. It's plus 20. Oh man, he hits hard. It doesn't do any damage.
No, he doesn't.
Well, yeah, he doesn't do any damage, but he does hit pretty hard, and it does distract him a little bit. Jay, it's your turn. You can probably make it to the chopper and get Eliza on board this round because you have Charn helping you. You may be like 100 feet away, and you're just, dragging her. Yeah, what do you want to do?
That's exactly what I want to do.
Okay. Yeah, so you get Eliza onto the chopper. Charn's there. You see him inject another thing into his arm, and as he runs. Jesus Christ, these are just not working out for him. I gave him those things the first fucking game. I'm like, all right, I'm going to give Charn some of these stim things, and it'll be great. These, like, Healy things. It'll be awesome. Yeah, so you guys are, like, on the back of this Valkyrie, and he's put the ramp down. He actually had to lift her about a foot. He's just keeping it in a low hover. And she's on the boat now. And Charn, like, puts her on, turns around, grabs his bolt pistol, and starts running back towards Janice. What do you do?
Dude, get the fuck in the ship. You're gonna die. You can't do anything against the fucking Space Marine. We need the other Space Marines.
He goes, Space Marines not coming. They're just gonna blow up the planet. And there's an intruder in my camp. And he just bolts. And he bolts right past you. Gerwulf, it's your turn. What do you do? If anything. You can hold your action, too. You're muted.
Can he shoot out of the...
Son of a bitch.
Valkyrie?
That's actually what I just said. I was like, yeah, I'll hold it in case Hak breaks off. Tell him to break off, though he's probably not going to listen.
All right, so Hak, do you tell him to break off?
Yeah, so pull back so we can shoot them.
So do you tell Thraxis and Hak, or just Hak?
I guess Thoraxis too.
Yeah, so Thraxis hears you, and we'll see if he deduces the wisdom of your statement. I suspect he might. He's got a good shot. He doesn't. He's in battle. He doesn't even listen. Hak, do you listen?
I do know that I'm smarter. And
Okay.
realizing there's a giant frickin' Valkyrie.
So do you try to get Thraxis to come off of him?
I go and... Hold on a second, I gotta stop and actually... Once again, even though I'm smarter, I gotta stop and think in broken fucking English. Boss man, big bird shoot, big guy, run away. And I try and break away from combat and run away.
Okay, yeah, so you're not contested when you run away.
So I can run
Thraxis is going to... well, no, yeah, you can move 4 squares, but that's about it. You're going to need to get a little further away than that. You need to basically get out of the square.
It's fine.
And Charn is running towards the square, so... he actually does... He gathers what you're saying, and he makes sort of... He's like, yeah, that makes sense. And Cato, it's your turn. You can move if you want, but, I mean, you're in a Valkyrie, and he's 1 Space Marine, so...
Is Eric still around? Or would he have left?
Eric is probably still at the shop, and probably frantically trying to get out of the shop.
I'm gonna fly over to the shop.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hit him.
Yeah, so Jade, Jade, are you still on the chopper, or did you get off?
Fuck no, I'm on the chopper. I ain't getting off.
So I'm going to put everybody in the chopper is going to be in this little room over here, and then you can just move the big chopper token, and we'll move people on and off as needed. Yeah, so you fly over, plonk, I'm just going to move you there. And what do you say to Eric?
It's time to skedaddle. Let's go.
He goes, what, you flew the... what's going on? Like, fucking everything's blowing up, and he's, like, grabbing stuff, and Claudius is completely distraught. He doesn't know what's going on. He's gathering books together. He's, like, looking over at the lumberjack, like, I'm going to get in the lumberjack, and that'll be okay, because whenever I'm in the lumberjack, everything's okay, and I'm saving the lumberjack. I like the lumberjack. I want to be in the lumberjack. What do you do?
I'm going to tell them to get on my sweet ride that's
Okay.
flying and can get off planet.
Yeah, so I think that Eric gets that and like grabs onto Claudius and starts running towards you, but he's not going to get there this turn. You're going to have to wait a little bit for him next turn. Yeah, so that's his turn. Janus is now not in combat with Hak, so he just attacks Thraxis with his big chain sword. And he's going to make a swift attack. And he hits once. For 16, pen 4. Thraxis is 10. Minus 1, so it's 5. Alright. Yeah, so Thraxis takes a pretty hard hit there. Charn is still running towards, and he's actually running right up towards you, Hak. He's sort of hobbled a little bit from his earlier wounds. And he's running towards, you're running away. She's done. It's his turn. He's going to make, he's going to run. And he runs towards Charn and says, go, get out. And that's his thing. Jay, you're still on the boat. Do you want to What do you want to do?
I'm gonna go make a drink.
There's no alcohol in the Valkyrie.
God damn! I have a
Drink.
flask. I will make my own drink.
All right. So you take out your giant, super tall flask and just take a swig. There's your
Thraxus
turn.
move away?
You're at. Yeah, he's starting to move away, but he's not out of the way yet.
Okay.
And you're also low to the ground. You don't have a shot on him. You'll have to get up high again in order to get a shot on him. You're taking a -5 on all your tests for the rest of the combat there, Jay. Speaking of,
I just realized I didn't take any -10s on my
you guys
test.
should be taking -10s. I'm not super worried about it, but it's pretty intense. So maybe like you're balanced out. You know, there's enough adrenaline that's overcoming your fear.
I
Your
still
fears are
passed that
justified.
logic test.
Yeah, just barely. Anyway, so that's his turn. Gerwulf, it's your turn. You have a held action, so you can make 2 actions in a row, or you can just continue to hold your action. You'll actually burn an action. You do that.
Nothing else I can do until we have a shot, so I'm going to hold it.
All right, Hak. You have a guy running towards you. You have Thraxus telling him to go. What are you telling Charn to get him to turn around?
I'm not actually... Can I actually try and grab him and like drag him out while running?
Make a grapple check. Make a grapple check. There's rules for this.
Yes, there is.
Action. Shoot. Come on, EG, win. Grapple. Full action. Make a grapple attack. See page 197.
You can see page 197. With either a charge or a standard attack, I would imagine I'm charging, essentially.
Yeah, so make an attack, make an unarmed attack by testing weapon skills normal. So make a weapon skill check.
Yoink.
Yeah, so you definitely pass. If you succeed, the opponent may use the reaction to make an agility test. So let's see if he doesn't want you to pick him up. He's interested in killing this guy. He's seeing red. So he's going to make an agility test. If the test fails, they have already used the reaction this round. Opponent succeeds. He fails. So you basically like just check this guy. Like you're doing like the tackle into a fireman's carry. You just throw him over your shoulder and be like, nope. And he's got his bolt pistol out. He's facing towards him and he's like frantically shooting at him. So grapple. Participants in grapple may not dodge or carry. Other attackers gain +20. Grapple characters may only take grapple actions, free action. You can voluntarily end the grapple that initiated on your turn. So yeah, you can put him down at some point, but he's going to try to get out. So you're going to have to make a grapple action every turn. You can make that as like a free action so you can continue to move.
That's fine. So I end up, as I'm running and pick him up, I run out the door.
Yeah, there's no door here. There's like an open square, and you get down to about here. Cato, Eric and Claudius are clambering onto the back of this thing. It's going to take them. Let me see. I don't have the sheet 7. I'm just going to roll 1 to 100. I know what their agilities are. Yeah, they get onto the thing. No problem. Cato the Younger is still there. I don't know if you want to try to get him on there. You'd have to wait for him.
Can I just order him to drive towards the battle site?
Yeah, you can like shout something in binary cant at him. You probably relay it through Eric, and it just goes, and he goes and starts driving out.
Okay.
He's going as quick as he can, but he's not very fast. So, so they got on there, no problem. You can still move.
I'm gonna fly. What's the closest I can be? What's the farthest away I can be, but still in range?
You can literally be anywhere in the camp as long as you're high enough. You'll be able to get a shot on him.
All right, I'm just gonna fly up and get some height.
Okay. Yeah, so you fly upward. I'm going to make you smaller to represent the fact that you're higher up. Look at that. So I guess you would actually get bigger if the camera is looking down like this, but whatever. So you fly upward and get yourself lined up for a shot. Janice makes one last shot at Thraxus, and he aims. No, he's going to do full auto? Yeah, full auto. Why the fuck not? Let's see if we kill this guy. Shoots him 4 times. Oops. Oh no, yeah, 4.
Ew.
Oh man, I think he's dead. So he's gonna dodge that first one. He's not got a very good dodge. Actually, what's it? Oh, he does have dodge trained. That's fortunate for him. Oh, yeah, I think he's dead. I think he gets pelted. So he's running away. It's pen 5, which means he has effectively no armor. And he's got 10 toughness. That's minus 12. Yeah, he's dead. Minus 12. Minus 1. Minus 8. Minus 8. Yeah, so what you see from up above is Janus laughing, his jaw agape and sort of crooked and falling off. And he takes his bolt pistol in both hands, pulls the trigger, and blows Thraxis apart. He just gets scattered everywhere and collapses to the ground dead. Yeah, so
you hit me to shoot at him.
Yes, it is. I was just going to say, you now have a clear shot.
All right.
So Charn is going to struggle against
the grapple.
The grapple. So he's going to make... what can he do? If you see... there's grappled characters can only take the grapple action as other attackers, persistent grappling, a dodge or parry. Yeah, so I'm going to say that he's just going to make another agility test to try to wriggle free. He succeeds. Can you make a? I guess it's a weapon skill check to see if you hold on to him. You basically have to remake the grapple, right? Yeah. So you hold on to him because you succeeded way better than he did. So that's his turn. Eliza's out. I'm actually going to take her out of the rotation here. She's not getting up anytime soon. Oops. I think I took Charn out. No, I didn't. Okay, good. Jay, it's your turn. You're still in the back of this thing, probably just still drinking.
Yep, because if I'm going to die, I'm going to do it drunk.
Okay. Yeah, so can everyone in the helicopter, or in the Valkyrie rather, make an awareness test? Hak, you can make one at minus 10 if you want.
Sure, why not? Oh,
Jesus
so close.
Christ.
So
you guys
close.
are awful. You guys are awful. Yeah, so Hak, I think you hear it. I think that's how this works. You hear a sound, and it sounds something like and that's it. That's all you hear. And you also see more of these like laser beams and explosions going on over the planet. They're actually like bright flashes in the sky. Yeah,
All the while I'm hearing that, I'm yelling at Gerwulf over comm beads. Will you shoot that motherfucker?
Gerwulf, it's your turn.
Clear, yes.
You can actually make 2 actions, so you can shoot twice if you want.
Good. Righto. So,
all right.
What do I do for the shots for that?
Just roll a ballistic skill check. Just 2 ballistic skill checks. You're just if you hit him, you're gonna kill him. Like these are giant. Like,
can I aim?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So it's a plus 10 for aiming?
Yes. Yeah, he's dead.
I want to do it again. Okay.
Yeah, so you let loose these auto cannons and you start, pelting into him. They hit his armor and go straight through. And he actually collapses to the ground, but he's still talking. Like, he's still alive, air quotes. And what you see is this ghastly green ichor just spilling out of him. Can you all take a willpower test? Except for Jay, because Jay, are you looking out the window?
He's just super drunk.
Probably not.
Yeah, so you're just drunk and you don't even see any of this, so you don't have to take one. Hak, Hak, are you looking behind? I guess it's really just Cato and Gerwulf.
Yeah, I'm not looking behind. I'm running like freaking
yeah, so
mad.
yours doesn't count, but Cato, I need you to make a pilot test, and Gerwulf, you like uncontrollably vomit when you see this. It's just the grossest thing you've ever seen. You immediately drop down, like you cut your. So Cato, you're like also heaving. You don't really vomit because you don't have a mouth or a stomach really, but you like heave and like your body is just rejecting this. Can you both take 2 points of insanity? And you're gonna need to make another pilot test on your next move, Cato, to prevent you from crashing into the ground and killing everyone. Meanwhile, Hak,
Barfed in my gas mask.
Hak, there's a series of explosions behind you. Charn is like shooting his bolt pistol wildly, not really hitting anything, and he sees the explosions. And there's sometimes people. They'll like smile and they'll be like, oh, it's just a little smile. You can hear this smile is audible. Like you can hear him smile, even over all the din of the destruction around you. And he drops and he goes, I'll run with you now, son. And he sees the scar in the back of your head and he goes, I don't know what they put in you, but that was a smart move. And he like drops out or tries to like wriggle out and start running with you so you don't have to hold him anymore. Do you let him go?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, so he drops down and he's running with you. And he comes over to Cato and says, get control of that craft and get me the fuck out of here.
And all the while I'm running towards that craft, yelling, bad day, bad day, bad day.
Yeah, so you're kind of running to where it's tumbling. You guys both run that way. And
plus 10 for stop points with his wings.
Fucking amazing. Actually, I'm gonna give you 25 experience for the running pickup of Charm. That was pretty cool.
Sweet.
Yeah. So, Cato, can you make a pilot test?
Please, for the love of God, Pat. Oh, God dang it.
Yeah. So you're still collapsing. Okay.
Oh. Well, do I get to know how bad what happens is? Or...
No.
I'm going to fate point it.
Okay.
May as well.
Oh, God.
Oh, no! Even worse.
So, the rules of the fate point say I have to take the second result no matter whether it's worse or better.
That's
before, you were going to collapse. So in my brain, you were about a kilometer in the sky. The first time you failed, you dropped about 600 meters. 6 degrees of success, 600 meters. The second time, you're going to drop another 200 meters. You would have a chance to make another test. You have now dropped 1,300 meters. Now, if you were a kilometer up, that means you're negative 300 meters. So you hit the ground. You smack into the ground, and everybody in the chopper takes fall damage. I need to look up fall damage real quick. Oh shit. Lifting damage.
The fuzzy dice have failed us.
Oh, did you have the fuzzy dice?
I was assuming no.
Oh, did you? No, did you leave them in
last?
Yeah, he left him in.
Yeah, because we left them in there.
I don't think this is the same Valkyrie as the last time.
He said it
Yeah,
was.
it's Charn's Valkyrie, yeah.
Well, I guess they would have been left in then.
So in that case, you would have got a plus 10 on both of those. You still hit the ground, but you didn't hit it as hard, and that's gonna matter. Hang on 1 second. I don't see fall damage here. Yeah, I don't see fall damage at all.
I have falling on page 210.
That's what I'm looking for. All right, so special damage falling.
Oh,
okay.
God.
Yeah. So it's not that way because you're not falling unaided. Like you're falling in a controlled way. He's not able to. So the idea here is that he's capable of recovering, right? Like he's not. He's a pilot. He knows how to do this. So he's able to recover, but he's not able to get out of the fall. So he's not able to like prevent you from hitting the ground. So we're going to basically divide it by 10. So you actually fell from 9 meters. So I'm going to roll 1d10 plus 7. That's still going to be a lot. It was going to be more. So everybody takes 13 wounds. Only your toughness applies.
Does being in a seat help?
Yeah. You can take 1 fewer wound for being strapped in. Jay's going to take the full amount because he's drunk. And I'm going to say that she was also in a seat. So she takes some pretty rough wounds. She's like strapped in though. And I need to actually...
Just being drunk or unconscious helps. You don't tense up.
Well, Jay was standing and drinking. This is what happens when you... need to add her toughness back, my bad.
Probably going to eat the bottle.
Yeah, and...
It's a flask. No glass to break, guys.
Okay, you'll be good then.
It's all good, guys. It's all...
My face is crushed, but at least it's not cut up.
So, hang on one second. You know what? I'm just going to say he's got like toughness of 3, so he's like -9. They're not going to die, so I'm not super worried about it, but he's... I didn't even put his toughness in here. Shit. He actually might be hurt. No, he's okay. Yeah, so everybody in the thing takes some damage, including Eliza, who just sort of like moans under her crushed armor. Yeah, but so you plop the ground. You have a hard landing. Can you make a tech use test, Cato?
How much damage did you say it was?
13 minus your toughness only, not your armor. Yeah, so it's going to take you a little while to fix the Valkyrie. It's going to take you about 12 minutes, which is a long time in combat, so it's going to take you a little while. But that does allow Hak and Charn to get in. Charn immediately, he like drops Hak off and then runs out to like evacuate people. He's like, over the comms, he's like, Exterminatus is happening. Get everybody on that thing that you can and get off this planet. The Imperial Navy should be in orbit. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And he's just off. He's gone. Yeah, so I think that combat is actually pretty much over. So you guys are probably coming around trying to get people onto the ship. But while you're fixing it, Cato, there is the issue of Eliza, who's like dying in the backseat. She's strapped in. She took some damage from that fall. She was stable before. She does not appear to be stable now. So here's the problem for you. There are actually 3 problems going on. The first problem is that you need to fix the Valkyrie so you can get out of here. So actually, I'm sorry, 4 problems.
We've got Eric on board. Can't he help?
Yes.
99 problems. Okay.
So you have 4 problems. The first biggest problem is that Exterminatus is happening. The Imperial Navy is in orbit. They are laser cannoning the surface, sterilizing it. And probably shooting stuff like virus bombs, nuclear weapons, etc., etc. There's probably, because you know what an Exterminatus is, there's like probably half a dozen or a dozen Navy ships shooting the shit out of this planet. Basically, the Imperium has decided it's not fucking worth it. Second problem, Eliza, who was basically stable, like her armor was able to stabilize her from that initial damage, is no longer stable. She is dying, and someone needs to go help her, or she will bleed out and die. Problem number 3, the ship is broken. It's going to take about 10 to 15 minutes. You know, it's 12 minutes, but it's going to take a little while to fix. Problem number 4 is that all of your sensors on the ship are bleeping, saying proximity alert. And you're getting messages garbled over comms, because the comm traffic is, like, incredible right now. Like, there's tons and tons of comm traffic going on. And the comm traffic is basically saying, they're here, oh god, they're everywhere. Which of those problems would each of you like to try to solve?
I'm going to try to solve the Eliza problem, since I think I'm the only one with the Medicae skill, whereas others have tech use.
Okay.
I'll take Eric and go try to fix the ship.
Okay.
Can I see anything from my gunner seat? Like, what is...
You can see the panels, but you're not high enough to go look for stuff.
And I would assume I'm now on the Valkyrie as well.
Yeah, you're on the Valkyrie. You're also fucking smart as shit, so you could probably help out too.
Yeah, and I was planning to go to all the sensors and see what they were saying in terms of the proximity alert and see if I could figure out what's going on with that.
Okay, so you don't have tech use, but you do have logic. So, yeah, I think between you and Gerwulf, you can figure out what's going on there. Because you have logic and an insane intelligence score now. And Gerwulf. So I'll clue you guys in because we haven't mentioned it outright, but it's too good not to. The way that the cogitators, I determined that they would work at the beginning of this whole process. I determined that it would be a 4d10 roll to add to his intelligence, and then 2d10 for a few other stats, fellowship and perception. And he would get logic, and he would get awareness, and I think I gave you. I think it was just logic and awareness.
You gave me logic, awareness, literacy, and deceive.
Yeah, that's right, literacy. Yeah, so I gave him a couple of skills, and I gave him this thing, and it was a big long task to get done.
Now don't
I
tell
rolled
him
the 40-10.
Don't tell him the
you don't
final.
want me to tell him?
No, don't tell him the final intelligence score. Let's tell them the original intelligence score first as well.
Okay, so you were at like what, a 19?
I was at 19.
So I rolled 40-10. Statistically speaking, that should be around a 20. So like, that'll put him about 30-ish, which is average human intelligence, which is good. I rolled a 35 on a 40-10, which is basically as good as it can get, statistically speaking. And so he's got an intelligence score of 54 now. Yeah, so pretty good times. All right, so you head up to the front, to the cockpit, to look at these sensors. Gerwulf, you're already looking at them. Can you make a awareness test?
Yes.
Actually, no, make an intelligence test. Straight up intelligence.
Oh.
Yeah, so you don't notice anything. Hak, when you come in, you see Gerwulf scrutinizing these things, but not looking. He's like looking at the wrong one. He's looking at a screen that's talking about fuel gauges and engine pressures and so on, but he's not looking at like the radar system. Can you make an intelligence test as well?
I can.
Yeah, so you look at the right thing, and what you see is it's basically radar, and it's centered on you, obviously, and around it you see blips, and there are hundreds of them, maybe thousands, and they're surrounding the thing, and as the bar sweeps around, the blips get a little closer each time. And you look down at the range, and it says 1 inch is a kilometer. These things are about 4 inches away from the center, and they're closing at about half an inch per loop. Loops take a few seconds each. So,
Cato, can we get this fixed like yesterday? We have incoming.
Talk to the people who are fixing it.
Eric, Jay, get this shit in the fucking air.
Eric's like, "What the? Well, we're working on it. And so the camera is centered on Hak looking at this thing, and you see the little blip go around. It's maybe like 10 seconds to make a full loop, and you see them closing in quarter inch, half inch at a time, and some of them will get slowed and stuff. And then the camera backs out. You hear Hak say that, and it swings over to Eric and Jay, and you guys are looking at like smoking panels and arcing electricity and trying to figure out what's going on. And Eric's looking at you, and he's like, hold this and saw to that, and he's giving you all sorts of instructions. Can you make a tech use test at plus 20, Jay? Yeah, so it's going to take you the full 10 minutes to solve it, but you're going to be able to solve it. So, Eric's working hard, you're working hard, but you're not able to speed up the process at all. You're able basically to do what Eric tells you, and Eric can't think fast enough to give you tasks, keep you fully occupied. And so, yeah, it's going to take, it's going to take about the 10 minutes or whatever. It's probably been a minute so far. So, Cato, if you want to knock your timer down there. So then, what do you say when you realize this, Jay? You're muted.
I just start drinking.
You're working and you're drinking and you're working and you're drinking. And yeah, so we see you take a swig of the flask, and the camera follows the end of it up and swings over and around and flips back, and is looking at Cato as he looks at the broken and mangled state of Eliza. And Claudius is helping you. He's sort of looking over and he goes, "Oh, this is very bad. This is very, very bad. See here, she broke all the ribs, and her floating rib is jabbing. I think she's got a collapsed lung." And he's like telling you all these things that you kind of already know. Can you make a Medicaid test?
So I take everything in -10, but I
Yep.
have the Medicaid mecadendrite, so I'm going to take this at 0.
Okay,
Just wanted to explain that.
sure thing.
Oh,
Do you want to fate point that, or do you want to kill her? These are your options.
All right, I'll use my last fate point on that. Let me just update this here.
Yeah, so it's going to take you a while to stabilize her, but you should be able to staunch the bleeding. It's going to take you longer than it'll take to repair the plane. So someone will need to pilot this thing at some point, and you're going to need to find someone else to take care of her during that time. Claudius might be able to help a little bit, but he'll only buy you some time. She's pretty bad off. So, you're looking at this, your mechadendrite's checking her vitals and injecting her with some kind of medicine of some kind. And you're trying to pry off parts of the armor so you can access it and, remove shrapnel and that kind of thing. There's this big handprint sort of crushed into the armor. And as it sort of zooms down and looks at that, it goes and follows out the back of the Valkyrie and follows Charn, who's running towards his office where he has basically all this stuff set up. And as he's running, you hear that sound of the wah. You hear it get louder and louder, and it's wah. And then over some bushes and behind some buildings come a huge number of orcs. There's probably hundreds of them in frame. And you see this, and you look. It kind of pans back up at Charn. And Charn sees it, and he grabs his chainsword, and he revs it and starts cutting through them towards his office. It's probably been another few minutes now of movie time, so mark it off at 6 minutes left. And so you guys are, you're managing to stabilize everything. Charn is coming over the comms, and he has a direct line to you all in his yachts. You hear of a PA. The orcs are here. They're surrounding everything. I'm trying to get to my office to organize the evacuation. I need someone to activate base defenses. Or to clear out some orcs, whichever comes first.
I'll activate the base defenses.
Okay. Eric, as he says that, says, "Hang on a second," and you hear a static noise come out from his comms, and it goes through the ship, and the ship echoes it, and a few seconds later, maybe 30 seconds, you see a big yellow vehicle driving in your direction.
Fucking sweet. The pussy wagon's going to save us all.
Yeah, so it drives up to the back of the thing. Now, it's not going to protect you from the Exterminatus, but it'll probably protect you from all the orcs. So yeah, you can run out. Yeah, you can probably see that on sensors or something.
All right. Tell him to hold
on to your butts,
head out,
guys.
too.
I'm going to go activate the defenses.
You'll want a gunner, so I'm going to.
Yeah, so you guys both get in the lumberjack, and so the camera jump cut over to you guys when he was telling you all this, and I think it's following you into the lumberjack, and you guys start to drive off, and we're going to cut to commercial because I need to get something to drink. So we can take 5 minutes
anyway.
here. Yeah, we'll take 5 minutes here.
Trying to slice Manus open, consistently testing that midsection of Manus.
attack.
Just attack.
I've already received the distress beacon from Backwater and...
Receiving incoming transmission. Comlink established.
All right, I'm back. Is everybody else here? Yep.
I am.
Yep.
All right, so... All right, you guys are driving off towards Charn, because you know that the base defenses are in his office. And you probably are going to pick up Charn on the way, but what you see when you drive up on him, so you come back from commercial and the camera is in the driver's seat of the lumberjack, and you're driving towards Charn. You see Charn first, and you see a few grots around him, just like jumping over him, and he's cutting him down with his chainsword. And you know, as he goes, he's you get closer and closer, and you see this sea of like green just wailing over, and Charn is cutting into them, and there's probably a dozen or more orcs all nearby him. What do you guys do?
Can I drive around him and run over the orcs?
Absolutely.
Can I shoot the orcs?
Absolutely. Let's
like
go ahead
Let's do
and
both.
yeah, so you can start opening fire. You have to be careful not to hit Charn with the thing. I mean, Charn's pretty hurt too, so he's like fighting, but he's getting tired. You probably can you make a driving test and a ballistics test, respectively. So Jay, make the driving.
Does aiming work still?
Yes. And you do not have the fuzzy dice.
What is the driving test? Because I don't.
I
I have it trained. I don't have it on my skill list. Is that an advanced skill?
Yeah, it's just an agility skill. Yeah, it's an advanced agility skill. So just roll an agility test. That'll work. Yeah, so you hit and you manage to drive around. You basically gun it, and you drive around in sort of an arc and knock over maybe half a dozen orcs, and you shoot the other half dozen. Go ahead and roll damage, Gerwulf.
What's the damage for those?
It's on the lumberjack sheet. I think it's like 3d10.
Oh, that's
rather.
right. Right, let me get that. Whoops. There it is. There's a rocket launcher, huh?
There's a rocket launcher and there's a storm bolter. I assume you're using the storm bolter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you managed to kill another half dozen of them. So you kind of clear out the area for a little bit. Charn sees the truck and says, "Go, go," and he's like pointing and still hacking at grots. What do you guys do?
We're gonna haul ass up to his office.
Yeah, so you're not going to like pick him up or anything?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so he comes over and he's like, "All right, fine," and he's like running towards the back of the thing, and he's basically telling you to start driving, and he'll jump in, and basically, he's lowers the back door and jumps in as you guys are driving, and you see like the camera is like side on to the lumberjack as it's moving, and you see him hack at a grot, run, hack at another grot, and he's getting a little bit closer each time, and the speed's picking up. So
I will drive you closer so you can hit them with your sword, sir.
Yeah. So he there's one last boy who comes out, and he just like jumps, spins, hacks its head off, and like falls onto the lumberjack, and like rolls in and starts rolling up the door, and he gets back up, revs his chainsword to clean it off, holsters it, and walks up to the front. Where you are, Jay, and he sort of like pats you on the side, sort of like football style, Gerwulf, as he walks by. He's like, "Good shooting, son," and he keeps walking. So yeah, you guys drive up to the
Office.
office. Let me set this up real quick. You guys are gonna be able to see all this, but. Yeah, so you guys get up to the office, and let me move your tokens around. Hack is over here. Oh man, you guys are almost dead too. It's probably not a good thing. All right, I'm moving your tokens up 1 second. Yeah, so you're still on the lumberjack. You hear inside the sound of las pistols whipping against the door. You see a few shots sort of stray out. In the distance, you're seeing more explosions. They're coming more frequent now. You can hear them. And it's sort of like thunder, right? Like you see a flash and then you hear the thunder. Well, you're seeing the laser beam shoot down. It's, hundreds of feet wide and it's far away. So it looks like this big, beam of light just, very far away. And you see it and then you wait and wait and wait and you hear this loud sound. It's incredibly loud. It's very hard to hear. What do you guys do?
I'd ask Charn where we got to go to activate the base defenses.
He goes, they're in my office. There's, you won't believe it. There's a big red button.
Fantastic. Let's go fucking hit it.
All right. And so he injects himself again with one of these syringes. Finally, he gets a good one. Sorry. Click. 8. He goes, good, let's go. And you can see like his eyes are bloodshot, his face is drawn, and he's heading out the back. And he's got his chainsword ready, and he's ready to go. So you guys are following behind him?
Yes.
Roll for initiative.
And unless is his office that one above us?
Yeah, it's up here. That's where you have to go, and you have to go through here to get there.
Can I fire through the storm bolter into that building?
You can.
Okay. I'm going to stay on the storm bolter for a bit then. Cover from there.
Okay. Jay, are you following him?
I will follow Charn.
All right, roll. Everybody up there, roll for initiative. That's good. Gerwulf, you too. Yeah.
Yeah. Just.
Okay, you get to go first. So it probably took you another 3 minutes to get up there. So I'm gonna 3 minutes. There you go. And this is actually important. I'm gonna make it 2 minutes. The math is easier. It's 120 seconds. Each time it comes around to your turn, Cato, go ahead and subtract 6 from that number. If you want to turn it so you just have to subtract 1, you can do that math on your own. And these guys are all going pretty low on the list. Hang on. Add.
Yeah, I'm going to do the one thing and make it 20.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I just couldn't do the math on the fly like that. And he goes here. So let me pull up his sheet. Oh, I forgot to turn this back on. There we go. Yeah, so you guys are up here. Let me open up this, and that. And I need the trooper as well. Oh, I think, yeah, they won. Awesome.
Whoa.
EG won the $6 million prize or whatever.
They needed it.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So, Cato, you're already done with your thing. So, Gerwulf, I assume you're going to hold your action.
That's right.
Okay. So Charn marches right in, sees in front of him a pair of. Hang on 1 second. He sees in front of him a trooper, 2 grots, and an orc boy. I think it's 2. No, I'm sorry, 2 boys and an orc Gretchen or grot. And he is having quite enough of this. He's just very upset. And so he takes his chainsword and he actually surprises them. So he walks up to the first one and makes a melee attack against it. And where did I put his thing? Hold on. Charn. There we are. And he does have chainsword. Good. And he's got a surprise. It's an all-out attack. Yeah, wow, he almost failed that too. He had a +50 on that. And so, oh yes, He's getting some serious righteous fury action right now. Oh yeah. And he basically destroys this thing. That should be pen 2 as well. I don't know why it's not. It is a chainsword. Where's the boys thing? Hold on. Boy. His toughness 4. And armor 2 in the body. Yeah, he just kills this thing. It's dead. Toughness 4 is minus 11. And toughness 4 is minus 4. Yeah, so he basically just jams his chainsword in the back of this thing and revs it the whole way through, and then brings it up and out through his shoulder. And this thing it's lost an arm. It's like flailing around and bleeding green blood profusely. Jay, you hear the revving. You can get in there in one turn and make a shot. That's basically, you can get in this door. Yeah.
I'm gonna aim on the right one.
On this guy?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and make a shot.
Can I get point blank?
Yeah, you're definitely point blank. You're point blank with everybody in this room. Oh my god.
God.
Roll your damage, but you're going to blow this thing out of the water. This thing has like no armor.
How many times do I hit?
3 plus the 1, because you didn't shoot maximally, right?
No.
Yeah, so 3 plus 1 is 4. Wow,
Jesus Christ!
Actually, you might have not killed it. I don't know. Hold on.
Are you kidding me?
If this were an actual like in-person game, I would have told you to change your dice. Like that's pretty ridiculous. It has a toughness of 1 and no armor, so it takes 7 damage, 1 damage, 5 damage and 1 damage. So 7, 1, 1. That's 9, 15. So you blow this thing to smithereens. It gets blasted against the back wall and is dead. The one that Charn attacked actually isn't dead yet, by the way. The trooper that's in the room is pretty badly injured. But he's still fighting because he's in the fucking guard, and those guys are badass. So he takes a shot with his auto gun, and he actually shoves it in the back. Because when you guys walked in, both of the boys like turned around to look. So he shoves it in the back of the closest boy to him and unloads it full auto, which is a plus 50. And he hits 3 times. And Righteous Fury that shit. Oh, that's a hard fail. That's a hard fail. I saw it glow green. I'm like, whoa. Yeah, so he shoots it, and what happens? You hear click, 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 and he goes, damn. But this guy's dead. This guy he's got a toughness of 4. Yeah, 4. So it's minus 8. Minus 1. No, minus 5. And I'm going to say that that's 5, 6. And so around the third attack there, it actually starts shooting through and hitting the other guy. And the other guy takes some damage using his buddy for cover. So he's got 4 and then cover of 2 on that 12, which is 6. So he takes another 6. And he actually ends up killing both of them with that attack. Charn walks over to the trooper, and these guys are all dead actually, so they don't even get a turn. He walks over to the trooper and says, "Are you okay, son?" And you can hear his voice is kind of hoarse, and he's not talking like his usual self. And the trooper nods yes and sort of gives like a salute. He's bloodied hand and like arm sort of open and ripped and bleeding. He's like, "There's about 500 meters back. There's a Valkyrie waiting for you. About 5 meters outside of this door, there's a lumberjack. Get to whichever one you can." And the guy sort of snaps a salute and starts hobbling off and sort of like holstering his gun, reloading it, ready to get out of the show here. So he's heading out the door. Oops. He looks back at you, Jay, and he says, "Let's get up to my office. There's more up there, I know it." So, true to his word, you hear a big clunking coming down and a smaller clunking following after it. Cato, can you mark off one of those turns, please?
I won't be able to hit anything in the other office.
No, you're probably not going to be able to hit anything in here. Not without hitting Jay and Charn as well.
All right, I guess I'll get out there and join them.
All right. Yeah. So that's you can get in and catch up with them because you have your held action, and that'll be your whole situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Charn starts walking up. He's still pissed. He sees up the stairs there's another little Gretchen, but he can't see around that corner. So he walks up about halfway up the stairs, revving his chainsword the whole way. Jay, what do you do?
Follow behind him.
All right. Go ahead and move yourself. You can follow right behind him. The Gretchen's actually going to move first, so I'm going to let him hold his action so he can move first. He comes down and he jumps at Charn. Where'd I put his thing? I can close this one now. I need it. Gretchen. And for the first time, I hope this actually hits. Oh my god. Sneaky boot knife failed once again.
Worst weapon in the Empire.
The knob comes in behind him, and he's laughing. He's like, "You can't take my offices!" And he uses his weapon of some description. I think he has a shooter. I think he also says at some point during that exchange, "You fucking what, mate?" And he shoots down the hall at you guys, just sort of at the hip. And, pelts along the stairwell. The stairwell is actually pretty wide, so it pelts along the stairwell. You guys kind of duck down and get out of the way. Cato, mark off another round, please. You can actually get all the way up to here, Gerwulf. I'm just going to move you where you are.
Okay.
So, yeah, you guys are fighting up these stairs. You have enough room to sort of maneuver around each other. So, Cato, mark that off. Gerwulf, it's your turn. I clicked the wrong button. Go.
All right, so can I still shoot by them?
Yeah, it'll be tough. You'll be doing it at a -10, but you won't hit them. You wouldn't take the shot if you were going to hit them unless you were doing it on purpose.
Okay, no. I'll take a shot with either weapon.
Okay.
The nearest one.
Okay, yeah. So there's the Gretchen and there's the knob in the back.
Actually, can I hit the knob?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Sort of shoot over everybody.
Alright, I'll do that. Find my weapons again. And aiming didn't work with those, right?
Wait, what?
Shooting
Sorry.
with both weapons. I couldn't remember if I could aim with that or not.
I don't think you can.
Okay. Son of a bitch.
Alright, you hit with a hand cannon, in the knob, I assume. For 11 damage, pen 2, that's pretty good. He has toughness 4 and armor 2 everywhere, so he takes 11 minus 4 is 7. Oh god. So the international ended EG1, and now they have Deadmau5 playing shit, and they're doing these god awful zooms and shit, and it's just the worst. I'm just gonna turn it off now. I've seen what I want to see out of it.
Good call.
It's just awful. Just
save your viewing pleasure for the IEM finals tomorrow.
yeah. All right, so that was your turn. Charn is there. He has his chainsword out again. He is pissed as shit, and he's gonna make an all-out attack against the garrote in front of him. He hits. He's probably gonna tear it in pieces. Yeah, it's pretty much dead. It has toughness 1, so it's definitely no armor. So it's 12. He basically cuts it in half. He just he doesn't even hit it. He just puts the chainsword next to it, revs it, and draws it through, and it's dead. That's his turn. Jay, what are you gonna do?
I'm take an aim shot at the guy in the back while screaming, "You having a giggle, mate?"
Yeah, so you're point blank, so you get your point blank damage. Alright, yeah, you hit him twice with the scatter. I don't think he actually takes all that much damage out of that. Hang on one second. I don't need this. He's got 2 armor and 4 toughness, so he doesn't take any. He takes 1 damage total. Yeah. And you need to reload.
I do need to reload.
So the knob is. Let's see what he's got. He's got a much better weapon skill. Yeah. So he's pissed. You guys are, so you and Charn are actually kind of standing next to each other in this hallway. And then, like, Gerwulf is further down. This thing is probably about a good 2 feet taller than you. It's pretty tall thing. So he's actually going to come after you, Jay, because he can tell that you're the weaker one. He hits you with his choppa. Well, tries to hit you with his choppa. And actually, did I put the... That wouldn't matter. So, yeah, he misses with his chopper, but he brings it down. It sort of clangs next to you, makes a loud sound. Cato, can you mark off another round here? And Gerwulf, it's your turn. I think you're 2 and 2 on those, by the way, so I'm going to mark that in.
Yeah. So I'll take another couple shots.
Okay.
Bastard, stupid face.
Hit and hit. Oh no, do another attack. You're shooting with both guns.
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah. So shoot. Hit. Do another attack roll.
Oh, with the other one, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you hit once. You do quite a bit of damage there. It pens through all his armor. So, yeah, you hit him with the bolt pistol, and you actually like jostle his shoulder back. You hit him pretty good. So he's not dead. However,
that's what my bolter's good for, jostling.
Yeah. So Charn walks up to him, and he's not running. He's totally calm. And he walks up to him, and again, he just sort of takes his chainsword out. He revs it once, and then looks at the knob, and he's like, "I'm going to kill you now." And he takes his chainsword and makes a swift attack, missing the first time, hitting the second time, and lopping his head off. So the orc's the knob's head just sort of like slices. It's like a samurai sword, just like except much bloodier and messier. You see Charn like just like the way behind you is just like there's blood and gore, and then there's a Charn shaped cutout on the back wall of these stairs. And the orc knob falls dead. He turns around. Charn turns around and says to you, "I'll take care of the base defenses. Get back to the Valkyrie." And he walks around the corner. And he says, "Actually, Jay, come with me. I totally forgot about this very important plot point that I need you to participate in."
Very
yeah,
subtle.
I'm gonna follow him.
So he walks into his office, Jay. Gerwulf, what are you doing? You're following him in? Yeah. So he walks into the office.
One second.
It's fine.
Up here.
Okay. Yeah, so he walks into the office and he, sits behind his desk. There's a big button, and he literally hits the big button. And then he is rummaging for some stuff, and he hands to you, Jay, he hands a data slate, and he says, "Hold on to this. It has important instructions. I have to stay here and manage the evacuation. Get yourself off the planet."
I'm going to shake his hand.
He offers his hand, and he's like, "Thank you for all your help. I couldn't have done this all without you."
Not even going to say anything. I'm just going to walk out with the
All
slate in hand.
And so he walks. You walk out. Gerwulf, what do you do?
I'll follow him.
All right, so you guys walk out. Charn is behind the desk. You can hear him shouting orders into the comms. The trooper has made it to a Valkyrie somewhere. I don't know if it's yours, but he made it into one of them. By this point, so you mark up another like 5, Cato. This is for you guys getting back, so I'm going to pull you back down there. So at this point, Cato, you've also picked up a few random passengers. Like there's some troopers who are getting on there. It's basically everybody's scrambling to get onto something that can fly. The orc problem is sated by the base defenses, but it's not prevented. Like they're still encroaching, and eventually the base defenses will fail. So you have another like maybe 90 seconds by the looks of it. Oh, it's 12 times 6. Yeah, so you got another about a minute to get everything working. You're actually starting to take off. You're just like doing the final fixes. So far, you've managed to more or less stabilize Eliza, but she's still in dire straits, and someone needs to like keep her alive. So basically, what we need. So the problem's left. So we've solved the problem of the base defenses. We've solved the problem of the proximal orcs for the moment. The remaining problems, I believe, are getting off the planet because exterminatus, and preventing Eliza from dying. The other problem of the ship being broken is being fixed, right? So Eliza, I think, go ahead and make a Medicaid roll. This is to assess something, not to actually do anything. So I want to see how much you know about how stable she is. Yeah, so you don't know if you can leave her for a second. You know she's in a bad way, but your skills don't extend to assessing how long you can leave her unattended.
Okay, well, we gotta leave her anyways because we need to take off, so it's irrelevant.
All right.
Either she dies or we all die.
All right, so you head up to the pilot seat. So I mean, you'll probably stay there for another minute because you gotta wait for them to fix everything anyway. Alternately, you could help them. You could like try to help Eric fix stuff. You might be able to speed up the process.
All right, I'll convene over to Eric and ask if he needs any help.
He goes, "Yeah, you can get over here and fix and he starts rattling off some technobabble, which you are actually a lot better at making up than I am. But yeah, so he starts rattling off some technobabble. He gives you a list of things that he needs to still do to get everything running. Gerwulf and Jay, what are you guys doing?
On the turret.
All right, so you're on guns.
I'd probably go try to help Eliza.
Yeah, I'll let you can make like intelligence rolls to do like field medicine. Like you know enough to get by. I don't think you have the Medicaid skill, right?
I was thinking you meant like on the way back. I didn't know we actually got there.
No.
Can I help with that then?
Yeah. So you guys all have some basic field experience. You might be able to tell if you need more help, like if you need someone to if you need Cato to come keep her from being killed, then you can probably assess that at least. You might be able to do something to staunch bleeding or cause you're not gonna be able to do anything complicated, but you can like prevent her from dying probably, at least in the basic case. So yeah, go ahead and both of you make intelligence tests. Hak, what are you doing during this too?
I'm actually going over to Eliza as well, and I'm telling Jay to go help Cato and Eric out fixing the ship, and I'll instead look after Eliza.
Yeah, 'cause so far these guys are sucking. Yeah, so Jay, what do you do when Hak suggests that?
Yeah, I'll go run up and help.
Yeah, so Hak, you're able to assess her pretty well. You also can't tell if you can leave her alone, but you're gonna be able to prevent most of the stuff you can see from. If she starts vomiting, to put her in the recovery position, and if her heart stops, you can detect it and start doing CPR. What you don't know is whether or not she'll survive you doing CPR, because she's pretty badly beaten up. Yeah, so go ahead and make a tech use roll, Cato and Butch. Jay, rather. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to get you to change your names for the next campaign. All right, so both of you roll 1d5, and Butch, you can add 1. Nice. Nice. All right, so you can shave off 10 from that number, Cato. And now we get to do the fun part. So as this all happens, those big booming sounds get closer and closer. Can one of you needs to be elected here to roll some dice for me. So
Not
who are you
me.
going to
I'm at -10 for everything.
It's not a test. It's just whoever feels lucky. These are luck. This is luck.
Who's been rolling good tonight? Because I don't think any of us have.
I think I've been rolling decently.
We could roll to see who would roll.
So I'm going to tell you
I like
exactly
that.
how this works.
Let's
I'm going to
roll
tell you
to see who will
exactly how this
roll.
works. Before you decide anything, here's how this works. There's an exterminatus going on. The Navy doesn't care who's where. They just know they have to cover this planet in explosions. You have 2 opportunities to be hit by one of these things, in which case you all die. It just simple as that. The probability of that happening is very small because they're shooting everywhere, right? But it is possible. So you're going to roll 1d1000, and if you get less than a 10, you're going to get hit.
Question. If
Yes.
one of us rolls and we get a 10 or less on that 1d1000, are we
You
allowed
can
to...
fate point it.
Why don't I roll then? Because I do happen to have a fate point.
Good thinking.
How many fate points do y'all have? Who has the most fate points?
I've got 1.
I've got
one.
3.
You've
I blew
also
on
been,
mine.
you are also been rolling pretty badly, Jay.
I have been.
I say, why don't me, Jay, and Gerwulf roll to see who rolls?
I think you should do it. You've got the most fate points.
Jay?
Yeah.
You know,
That's true.
I could care less at this point. I just figured that roll was kind of somewhat diplomatic.
All right. I need you to decide, or I'm going to start upping the probability of you getting hit.
Hack should
Because they're
roll.
still shooting. All right.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Hack. Roll 1d1000.
Rolling.
No hit. You hear a explosion way off in the distance. Mark off another 1, Cato.
Do it again.
Yep. All right. Yeah, another. You managed to get out fine. The thing is fixed. Cato, you're at 0. Make a pilot test. All right. It's going to take you 2 more of those. Make 2 more D1000 rolls. Oh, damn. You got close there, buddy. All right. You managed to get off the ground. You're flying towards orbit. You contact the Imperial Navy. Or you're flying, so you're in air. You're not actually in orbit yet if you don't want to go to orbit. Charn is still in his office. What do you guys do? Where are you guys going? You going to just book it out?
Yep.
Okay, wait, how
Yeah.
far away are we from Charn?
Wait.
Not too far.
Charn elected to stay there and guard the escape. We're gonna let him have that honor.
I say we pick him up.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Granted, yes, it's the 41st millennium, but that just seems like a straight dick move. Leave him behind.
I want to
So-
look at the data slate and see what the instructions are.
Sure. So you pop open the data slate, and let me bring up my notes. It says, delivered Acadia, care of Inquisition, and it's addressed to a Maria Darfal. And inside there's a letter. I assume you don't read the letter.
I would not read the letter.
Yeah, but it says deliver Cadia, care of Inquisition, Maria Darfal. That's as far as you get.
Let's pick that son of a bitch up.
Do
I
you
agree.
tell anybody what you read?
No.
Okay. So what are you guys deciding to do? I mean, ultimately, it's Cato
Oh,
making
I
this
say to
decision.
go.
I say we swing by low, hit him up on the comm beads, pick him up.
Agreed.
right. Yeah, so I'm not going to move this on the map. Like, the map is more or less irrelevant at this point. So you swing by the same office that's the base defenses are going off. Some of them have started to run out of ammo or whatever. No one's tending to them. They're all on automatic. And you come over the comm beads and you hear static mostly, and a few shouts. And occasionally you hear Charn kind of half coming through. He's broken up a little bit. But he says, "Who is this? Why aren't you off the planet yet?"
Need to pick you up.
What do you mean, pick me up? I have to manage the evacuation. There's 4 more ships to get off this rock.
They'll get off on
wait.
their own. They'll be fine. Get the fuck in here.
Who is this?
It's
chatter
fucking
like this.
It's Hak Dar. Get in there before I come and drag you out of there.
Hak Dar's a raging moron. Who is this for real? There's no time for this chatter.
Cato, put it down so I can drag that idiot out.
What do you do, Cato?
I'm gonna land.
All right. So you land outside of this thing. Can you make an agility test, Hak?
I can.
You're going to have to roll 5 more 1d1000s. If you want to go get them.
I do. And I will take that risk.
Okay.
Fate point?
Holy crap. Do you want to fate point that?
Yes, please.
Oh, man. All right.
Yes.
See, that was more than 5, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's 5. Okay. Yes, you get up there. Charn is working. He sees you coming. He goes, "Hak, what are you still doing here? I told you to get off the planet."
And I told you I'm gonna come drag you out. And I just proceed to grab him and start dragging him.
All right, make a grapple test. I figured you guys would go after Charn.
All right, that's a pretty good success. Where did I hit this thing? Here it is.
He has to. Oh, I rolled a 2. Damn.
Yeah, you grab him, no problem, and he's fighting you. He doesn't want to go. Make another agility test. Figure out how long it takes you to get back. All right, you only have to make 1 more roll. How many fate points do you have?
None.
Yeah, it probably shouldn't be you making those rolls now.
I thought you
Probably
had
not.
3 total.
I had 1.
No,
Jay
I
had
had
3.
Oh.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter who makes the test, but whoever makes the test is the one who has to spend the fate point. So, and really, whoever makes the test, it'll probably only affect. Well, no, it's going to affect both of you. So these are big beams. Just basically take out the whole base. So, yeah, you got him picked up. You managed to drag him back. Make another weapon skill check. I'm going to make another agility check.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he gets out, and he starts heading back towards his office.
I proceed to try and grapple him again and continue dragging him.
He turns to you, and he looks at you, Hak, and he says, "There are people on this base. This is my responsibility. Get your ass off the planet. I'll be fine."
Your responsibility ended the moment giant fucking lasers started hitting the planet.
My responsibility to the Emperor doesn't end until I'm dead. And he walks off to his office and shuts the door.
I proceed to kick down the door.
Make a weapon skill check. We've been here before, man. All right, roll some damage. Actually, no, you don't even have to. You crit to see that. You just kick open the door and it plonks open. And I feel like the camera probably follows Charn, and what you hear is a ka-kung, 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 ka-kung of Hak walking up the stairs. And you know, obviously the imaginary audience would have heard that before and be like, "Why is there a bronze malefect here?" But no, and then you hear poof, and the door comes off of its hinges and plops down flat. And he's holding a bolt pistol at your face, and he says, "Get off my planet!"
I will when you do.
He shoots at you, but he's aiming to miss. So he shoots above you, and a bolt explodes above your head. And he says, "The next one won't miss. Get off my planet, Guardsman."
And I proceed to go and smack the bolt pistol out of his hand and grapple again.
By the time you get there, he's going to shoot you again.
I'll eat it. Fuck it.
All right. He shoots you.
Can I attempt to make a dodge check as well, if I want to?
He's shooting you full auto, by the way. Well, not full auto. It's bolt pistol, semi-auto. And I don't have it open. Why didn't I add this? Hang on 1 second. I gotta find a bolt pistol to use. Who has a bolt pistol?
Gerwulf?
No, it's a different kind of bolt pistol. Is this the right one? I think actually Thoraxis wasn't supposed to die. He had a talent that he should have used, but
he's dead now.
It's too late for that.
This is what I wanted. Yeah, so he shoots twice. How much of that do you eat, buddy?
Can I first attempt to dodge one of them?
Sure. I assume you want to dodge the 20.
Yeah.
You fail.
I do. Let's see. That was that's a 9, so a 91?
Yes. No, it's just a 9.
So,
or it's a 90. I'm sorry.
Is that a 90?
A 9 reverses to a 90, yes.
Okay. If that's a 90, that'd be the right leg, so 6.
The 90 is a left leg.
Yeah, it doesn't matter either way, it's one of the legs.
Yeah.
So 1, 9... It would be 11 and 9, so 20. Damn. I am at -9.
So that is a bolt pistol. It is an explosive weapon. Allow me to find the correct sheet to read. Explosive critical effects to the leg. The leg explodes in an eruption of blood, killing the target immediately and sending tiny fragments of bone, clothing, and armor hurtling off in all directions.
I'm burning my last fate point.
All right, so you're at 0 wounds. He's going to shoot you again if you try to take him. He's not willing to go. He's trying to get his people off his planet. I think that shooting your leg off probably indicates that. He's now in a bit of a pickle, though, because he wants to get everybody off the planet, but you no longer have a leg. The bleeding is staunched. You know, when it exploded, it kind of cauterized the wound, but you're short a leg. And he's not... Now he's conflicted because he wants to get everybody off the planet, including you, but he did just shoot your leg off. But you're a guardsman and you were insubordinate, so he should have killed you, but for some reason you didn't die because you're really lucky. So he's not really sure what to do with you. So he does what he would always do. He contacts his superiors. And so he comes over comms, and you're sort of dazed by this massive explosion and now the loss of your leg. And you hear him saying, I have an insubordinate guardsman who I need to get off the planet so he can be dealt with by the proper authorities. What should I do, sir? And you hear some buzzing coming off of his neck, and basically he walks over to you and says, Hak, can you make it off out back to your ship?
If you help me over there, sure.
I'm not going to help you, Hak. I have to get the rest of the people off of this base.
They're already off the base.
No, there's not. And he points and he goes, there are 100 people more to get off this rock. There are 3 more ships. I have to figure out how to fit 100 people in 3 ships that aren't supposed to carry that many people.
And they're also just as smart as you. They can fend for themselves.
Hak, it's my responsibility. I don't have the luxury of being selfish. Hak, get off my planet now. I don't care how, just do it. And he goes back to behind his desk and he's done. He's just done talking to you.
What good are you to the Emperor if you're dead?
He's like, we can ask the same question about you, and he levels his bolt pistol at you. And he talks over comms and he goes, leave the planet now, get Hak if you want, I don't care, but get off my planet. And he says that to all of you guys in the Valkyrie.
I'll go get stupid Hak. Less stupid Hak.
I like how I'm less stupid Hak now.
All right, roll an agility test. See how long it takes you. Get your all selves killed.
We might.
Hey, you get there. You don't have to make any. You just bolt over. Success means you just get there, so congrats. I should make success mean something else, but that's okay. We'll do that next time. I'm going to make it so you get a plus on your roll. That's what I'm going to do. So, yeah, you get there, and Hak is missing a leg. Charn is working, and he looks at you and he goes, if you try to get me out of here, I'm going to shoot you in the face. And keeps going back to work. He's ordering people to go places and get things prepared. He's like trying to figure out if there's any other ships that are maybe partially functional, whatever.
Your life, spend it how you want.
Yeah.
And so I'll take Hak.
All right, so you kind of help Hak up. Hak, what do you do?
I go with Gerwulf.
All right, so you guys head back. Can you make an agility test at a -10, Gerwulf? You're helping Hak along.
Oh, it keeps popping up behind. Okay.
All right, make 2 1d100s somebody. I don't care who.
Butch.
1d1000, excuse me.
Do it, Butch.
All right.
Nah.
One more, you can do it. Holy balls.
Oh.
You sure you guys want me rolling these?
Oh.
You got the
Hey, you haven't guys
Fucker
hit
mode.
so far.
All right, kiddos. You get back to the Valkyrie, and Jay, you get over comms from Char, and he says, "Get off the planet. Get that data slate to my wife."
It's done. It was an honor, sir.
He says, "Same here, Jay." And you can hear a glass clinking and something being poured, and then the comm cuts out. Can you make a pilot test, Cato? All right, someone needs to make 2 more rolls. 1d1000. All right.
Yeah.
So you guys are in orbit, and as you're driving away, the camera is outside of the thing. You can see it sort of zooms out back from Cato as he's driving up, and you get past the atmosphere, and you see half a dozen Imperial Navy battle cruisers bombarding the planet. And you get past them, and as you get past them, you look behind you. The camera sort of looks behind you from the outside of the ship, and it sees more and more void bombs and so on collapsing into the planet. You stay in orbit for a few minutes, maybe half an hour, as you contact the authorities and try to inform them what's going on, and try to get on board to one of these ships. And so during that time, it took you about probably 5 minutes to get up to atmospheric altitude and outside of into orbit essentially. And then once you're in orbit, you're pretty stable. You're outside of the range of these things. They're shooting the other direction essentially. So you can leave it in orbit while you figure this out and just do comm stuff. Cato, do you want to check on Eliza and see if she's dead or not?
Let's do that.
All right. Please roll 5d1000. All right. She is not dead, but she is really badly hurt. Can you make a Medicae roll? Yeah, so she's failing fast. She's got about 10 minutes. 2 times 5, whatever. Anyway, I did the math. She's got about 10 minutes. You need to get her to a proper doctor now.
Can we dock with one of the battle cruisers?
Someone needs to make a fellowship roll to see how quickly you get through the system. I don't care who, but you probably want to be the person with the most fellowship.
I got 35.
Mine's very high. Oh yeah, you got bonus stat, didn't you?
Yeah,
So
plus
I heard a 35. Who else?
Mine's 26, so no.
If I do this, I can't fate point it if it goes bad.
I can. I'm 5 lower though.
I think that might be worth
5
the...
lower is fine.
Yeah, I think that's worth the risk.
So wait, that makes yours 30?
I'm 30.
That's fine. Yeah, do it.
Gonna fate point it.
There we go.
You managed to call up somebody, and it sounds like this Navy ship probably has, like, it was transporting somebody, and basically when an exterminatus happens, it's all hands on deck. People need to, like, get in and get involved because there's a lot of things going on, and the person that you managed to contact who took over this position while the actual guardsmen and Navy men went off to do the exterminatus stuff. Turns out he was an arbitrator. And so he's like, Arbitrates? Yeah, we'll get you in. And he basically puts you at the head of the line. You dock with the Navy ship Ascendant Dawn. And you mention to them that you have a hurt sister of battle on board. And they have a medical staff waiting for you to treat her when you get in. They take her off to the medical wing immediately. You guys get off the Valkyrie and start unloading, the other wounded people that were there with you. Mostly less wounded than she was. And yeah, you have successfully got off a planet that was under exterminatus. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Glad that planet's dead.
Yeah, if anyone were to ask, the camphor is gone. It got blown up a while ago, and yeah, it's totally exploded.
No more.
The exterminatus continues through the evening, and basically, here's the situation. Here's the summary. Your boss is dead, which means you were kind of out of a job. You do still have the box, I assume. I think that's on your person.
Yeah, I've got the box.
So it sounds to me, and Eliza is recovering. She's going to be in dire straits for a while. She's probably going to get a promotion out of this, so you're probably working for her now. And she's got a much higher opinion of you because you saved her life. So that's good for you. And yeah, you can figure out what's going on with the box now. But
I'd actually leave the party. I'd hand Gerwulf my Arbitrator ID, and I'm going to take the data slate and deliver it to Charn's wife.
Okay. Yeah, so you're not going to figure out what's in the box?
Nope.
You, the player, will figure out what's in the box, because I assume we're going to do that at some point, but you're bouncing.
I'm bouncing. I'm leaving. I have a data slate to deliver. It is of the highest importance.
All right. So we're going to do... That's fun. You're probably going to want to keep your Arbitrator ID. I guess you already handed it to him. It's over. You got to go to Cadia. You don't have the same depth of knowledge about the background. Cadia is basically the front line of the war with Chaos. That'll be fun. We'll see what happens there in a minute. I wasn't expecting that. I was going to leave that as like a loose end, but we'll actually do that. I think that'll be good. Who wants to go figure out what's in the box, and who else is leaving the party here?
I want to figure out what's in the box, but at the same time, I'm kind of yelling from the ship, like, hey guys, could I get another leg here?
So I think that the doctors come and take you as well. And you have a cauterized wound that isn't bleeding, and you're a tough guy. You're going to be able to survive it. Like, they give you some triage, but you're sort of at the back of the line, if you will. There's a lot of wounded people coming off the planet. So whoever wants to do it, there's going to be time that passes in between. So you'll be able to get like a prosthetic leg and all that stuff.
Yay. I can walk again.
So who's going to go? That's the question.
I'll go with them.
All right, so let's think of this. There are two parties here. Jay, are you just going to go by yourself, or are you like intending to go alone?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're that guy. The box party, I assume, includes Cato. It includes Gerwulf. Hak, are you going with them, or are you like not?
I'm going with them.
Okay. So the box party of 3 people and Jay. Let's start with Jay. So I think what probably happens here is you probably... do you want to like try to leave immediately, or are you like taking some time and recovering, or what?
Oh yeah, no, I would definitely take some time and recover.
Okay, so I think that you're probably. I mean, to heal from your wounds, it will take much less time than everybody else. Like Cato will be fine at about the same rate. Gerwulf too, but like Eliza and Hak will take a lot longer. It'd be about a week or two for you to kind of recover. It'd be about 2 or 3 weeks for Hak to recover, maybe a month for Eliza to recover. How long do you want to wait?
I'll wait the full week and then leave.
Okay. So can you make another fellowship test? We'll see if you can get a decent ride to Cadia. I mean, you're on a Navy ship, so you might be able to just...
I'll fake point that.
Okay. Yeah, so you talk to that same arbitrator that you talked to originally and ask if there's anything heading in the direction of Cadia, and he's basically like, not really, not for a while. Basically, he's like, this company this flotilla of Navy ships is heading back to Scintilla. They're part of the Sector Defense Force type thing. What's it called? I forget what it's called. Something Scintilla. Battlefleet Scintilla, I think it's called. Battlefleet Calaxis. So it's part of like the main battle fleet for this sector. But they're not heading to Cadia. Cadia's in another sector. So they're going to head back towards Scintilla. You'll be able to get there, but it's going to be 3 weeks before you actually get there. So you end up sticking around for the month while you head back towards Scintilla. Can one of the representative from the box party please roll a fellowship test?
I guess that would be me.
You've got a good fellowship.
Yeah, so I'm going to add... I'm going to use... I need to put this in the turn tracker so I can keep track of who I'm talking to at any point in time. All right, so actually, you managed to find transport pretty quick. You actually take the Valkyrie, basically. It's not an interstellar craft, but you're able to take it onto a... there's a local rogue trader in the area who's heading in the general direction of... Where did I say it was? Which planet do you want to go to?
Wait, let me look.
That's a question for Cato, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so the options are Hebes 4, which I have marked as probably. Space Marine confirms it. And then I have a Zuno 3. Eiklo Gervain said it was this planet. I can't... Eiklo was some guy we talked to.
We killed him.
Yeah.
Oh,
so basically you have the word of a known heretic and a known Chaos Marine that you're all working off of.
I think we should go to a Zuno 3. Because that guy said it was definite, whereas the other one was just probably.
Let me look at my notes. Let me see where I put it. Talk to some guy. Oh, that's good.
Thought you had notes on it. This is the puzzle maker guy.
Yeah, I don't. So I know who it is, but if you don't know who it is, then I can't help you.
Don't make me pull up the videos from the session.
I mean, so here's my philosophy. I know a lot of things because I have a lot of notes. I could find out what I named the guy. Who cares? But what your character knows is precisely what the player knows. If you remember something that is, and precisely what they know with reason, right? So like, if you heard someone else talking about something that your character wasn't present for, you don't know it. But generally speaking, if you know something as a person, your character should know that, unless you don't want them to. That's up to you. So if you don't remember who the guy is, you don't remember who the guy is. That's something your character forgot. And maybe they remember in a flash of brilliance after watching some space tube videos. I don't know. But, yeah, so you guys want to go to Zuno? Is that what you said? I think you said Zuno. Okay. So let me make a note. All right, the box. I have a section of my prep that says the box. Zuno. Let me do a quick GM roll. Okay. So you guys find a rogue trader who's heading in that direction, and he's like, "Yeah, I can make a stop at Azuno. It's right on my trade route, so no big deal." Jay, at the end of the 3 weeks, you guys, so they've left, right? So Hak, Cato, all those guys, they've left with this rogue trader. You are now alone on the Ascendant Dawn, and Eliza's still there. It's been 3 weeks. She's fully recovered at this point. You guys arrive in Scintilla. Yeah, what do you do?
Am I talking to Eliza?
You can. She's on the ship with you at the moment, but you've arrived at Eliza at Scintilla, which is the capital, basically. And from here, you can get a ride to anywhere, basically.
Are we officially reporting to her yet?
I mean, she was basically Thraxis' second in command. You might not be officially reporting to her, but I mean, you did save her life. It's probably worth a visit.
Yeah, I would go visit her anyway.
Yeah, so you walk in and she's pretty banged up. She's actually got like a cybernetic side now. Like they've had to replace a lot of it. This is the first time you've seen her out of her armor, and she's actually very boyish. Like it looks like in her armor, obviously she looks boyish, but like she's not a super like voluptuous lady. Her hair is down also for the first time, which is very weird for you. But she still has a cigar. And so she's sitting in this bed. She's holding it. It's not lit. She's just holding it because she wants to hold it. And you see that her hand has also been partially replaced with cybernetics. And her face is pretty scarred. There's a nice, like, gnarly scar through her eye. And she, waves up at you with her cigar hand and says, "Honey, come on over here."
Well, don't you just look lovely today?
I seem better. Say, what happened to... What happened to... No, honey, I can't... I'm not allowed to smoke this. The doctor... And she looks over at some, like, hulking sort of Navy doctor guy. Says, "I can't light it in here." Something about explosions. I don't know. But it's all right. I just like holding it. Say, what happened to... I don't know, everybody?
Well, so that's a whole thing. It went south in a hurry. Thraxis got the ship blown
No
out
fucking
of him.
kidding, son.
Yeah, well, the fucking Janice kind of crushed you and threw you like a toy. It,
Yeah,
Sean
that's
and I
last bit I
pulled you
remember.
out.
Sean,
Yeah,
that's a
you
good
didn't
fella.
look so hot. Thraxis got the ship blown out of him, and we got out of there and blew him up with the Valkyrie, but not before getting you out and getting Charn out to safety. But Charn, being the stubborn asshole that he is, God rest his soul, decided to stay at the base and evacuate.
When you say God rest his soul, she goes, "That son of a bitch always had too much of a sense of honor." And she just looks and she puts the cigar down and she looks to her side and she's like, wish I had a damn drink. And she's like looking around for a cup and she doesn't see anything.
Just give her the flask.
She goes, "Boy, I like you." And she just like sort of like gestures and points at you a little bit, shakes her finger. She goes, "All right, so Thraxis is dead. Chon's dead. Bertellus is dead. I'm almost dead. Fucking Chaos Marine's is dead. Shit, son, who ain't dead?"
Not too many of us left alive. The other guys, they took a ship. They went off to investigate something we found on the planet. I don't know where they went. With your permission, John left me a data slate and a letter to his wife, and I would like to go deliver it.
She says, "Son, you ain't got my permission. You got my orders. You get that to him." And she hands you it looks like a little velvet like box, like almost like you would have a ring in. And when you open it, I assume you open it.
Yes.
It's inside. You see a big I, like the letter, and it has a circle through the middle of it. And she goes, "I'm promoting you."
I'm honored, ma'am.
You're gonna be my interrogator now. That thing will pretty much get you whatever you want around here. So, yeah, get to work, son.
I'm on it. You get better. I'll come visit
Yes, sir.
you when I get back.
And she takes a rip off of the flask and hands it back to you. She goes, I think you're going to need this, too. Fill it with something a little bit more expensive for the missus.
Absolutely.
All right, and so, you walk out, and the doctors come over, and she's like, you really shouldn't be drinking this. You're recovering, like, you're in, She goes, and she just, like, starts yelling at him in Southern. So you walk out, and when you go back to, get a ride down to Scintilla and basically get a ride off of the planet, this rosette, which actually when you pin it on, like if you pin it on like your jacket or something, it sort of like has a little holographic image of like a rose that comes out of the circle. And so, yeah, when you're wearing that, basically everybody in the ship gives you leeway. Like basically they're doing what you tell them. So when you go to get a ship off the planet, they ask you what your final destination is, and like they requisition a ship for you to ride on. And as soon as they hear it's Cadia, like at first they're like, yeah, so you need a ship. Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Whatever you need. And he starts like folding through a bunch of papers and data slates and stuff. They're not papers, they're all data slates. But he's like folding through them, and you say, he's like, what's your final destination? You say Cadia, and he like puts down a stack of data slates and gets a different one. And he's like, okay, we're going to need one of the special ones. So yeah, you get a ship. It's going to take you, let's find out how long it takes you. Let's do, it's going to take you 10 weeks to get from Scintilla to Cadia. So not a short trip, but pretty common. It's actually pretty short for the trip. But yeah, so that happens. I'm going to put that 10 in there. So you guys, let's figure out how long it's going to take you to get to Azuno. Azuno, where did I put Azuno? Azuno is in sector, so it's only 2d5. It's going to take you 7 weeks. So you guys are going to get there first. And so you arrive on Azuno, and you are looking for a person.
He's the puzzle master. I'm sure we can ask someone and they'll know.
Sure. So, yeah, you start asking around. Can you all make a fellowship test?
At this point, am I back at 0 for...
Yes.
Have I lost the
it's
negative
been
10?
It's been 5 days. It's actually been 7 weeks, so... Christ on a coconut.
Wait, we recovered our wounds?
Yeah, you guys are all... There's not going to be any more combat, really, so I wouldn't worry about it too much, but you are at full health.
Just you wait.
All right. So, Cato, you managed to ask around, and you get word from somebody that this man, the puzzle master, is not on Azuno. There's never been anybody by that name. In fact, when you get there, the planet is like medieval. It's not very well populated. It's got like one major city. There's a king. People don't use like modern tools at all. They have like spades and do things by hand. They have oxen pulling carts and that kind of thing. So yeah, you find out pretty quickly that this is not the place you should go.
Drat.
Yeah. So you call up your rogue trader buddy. Can you all make another fellowship test? Let's see if you got to ride off this planet.
Didn't we already do that?
No, you got to. So the rogue trader dropped you off. I don't know if he's going to stay.
Oh.
Yeah, so the road trader just dropped you off and left. You still have your Valkyrie, so you can still get like off planet, but you can't. It's not a warp capable craft. Yeah, I mean the system isn't untrafficked. Like people, the Imperium comes here to collect tithes. Can one of you roll 1d3? Hak, I have you in the turn order, so roll 1d3.
Rolling.
Yeah, it's going to take 3 months for you guys to get picked up.
Great.
Yeah. So in the meantime, Jay, you arrive on Cadia, and you make a fellowship test. We'll see how fast you find. Wow, so you find her right away. Like, basically, word has probably gotten ahead Because exterminatus they're not common, but they're not uncommon. And it's probably like word has gotten out that there was like a Chaos Marine and a band of orcs, and then there was an exterminatus, and then some local guy basically got everybody off planet. And there was very few casualties of Imperial life because of this guy. So the second you say the name Darfowl and they see the inquisitorial rosette on your person, basically they direct you to where Maria Darfowl lives. And it's going to take you almost no time at all to get there. So you contract with some local Casterkin special forces, basically, because you're talking about a guardsman's wife. So like these guys are the elitist of elite shock troops. They meet you and say, we're going to take you to this lady. Like this is going to happen. And on the way there, you can talk with them if you want, but they're pretty quiet folks. So
it's a somber ride anyway.
Yeah. So I think you arrive outside of this house, and it's actually so Cadia. Let me see if I can paint this picture. Cadia is sort of like it's like a sort of a tundra almost in a lot of the world. Not necessarily because of the climate, but just because of the fact that this place is basically constant war. There's about 40% of the landmass is controlled by evil demons and chaos forces. Another 40% or so is controlled by the Imperium, and then 20% is just big no man's land. You end up in a part of the 40% that's pretty well insulated. It's in the interior of the landmass, and the war touches everywhere on Cadia, but it doesn't touch here all that much compared to everywhere else. And so while there's massive defenses and turrets and so on everywhere, this area looks almost like just a sort of a house in the middle of a field. It's a small boxy house, and you arrive at the door, and the Casterkin shock troops are standing behind you in like this speeder essentially, and they're standing very prim and proper. They're very organized and disciplined, and you knock on the door. And I feel like the door opens and she sees you and an inquisitorial rosette, and she just bursts into tears. What do you do?
I would embrace her and hold her and say, that's the last wish of a dying man. Your husband gave me this to deliver it to you, and only you.
Yeah, I think she takes it, and she goes, Did you read it?
I did not.
She goes, thank you, son. And she takes it and she goes, I'd like to be alone now.
It's understandable. Your husband was a good man.
And she says, thank you for delivering this. And she just kind of closes the door. And as she's closing the door, you hear a baby start crying. And
why you gotta throw that shit in? Now I feel bad.
So yeah, it's really not. It's maybe not a baby. It's more like a toddler. It's just sort of like a whining cry. And I think you walk back to the speeder, and the caster can give you a salute and drive you back to the port. And you're done. So she reads the letter obviously and has her private moment. It's very sad. In the meantime, it has been 9 weeks.
Angel parts in this box, man.
I think you'll like what's in the box. I think you'll like it. I'm glad that we did the sad part first, because the box has some cool shit that's kind of funny, and it'll lighten the mood a little bit. So we'll get there. So it's been 9 weeks on this hellhole. It's not as bad as Bertellus. Like, nothing's trying to kill you, but it's just so goddamn boring. I mean, it's a bunch of like.
Cato's got nice trees to learn about now.
Yeah, so it's basically like, it's this it's like Europe, right? Like it's a nice place, but it's like a couple boreal forests, some like nice lakes here and there, a couple nice rivers, and one city. It's backwards. It's like the rule is oppressive. And like, you are not treated particularly well because you're outsiders and you look funny. You have these weird things that shoot hot beams of light, and nobody really understands it. They all kind of treat you like you're witches, but they don't want to like come after you because they think you're witches and you might kill them. So after an incredibly boring 9 weeks, Cato, you're monitoring traffic like every day to figure out when the next ship is passing through, and you hear a free merchant ship is coming through, and so you're all excited. Can you roll a fellowship test? Yeah, so you say, listen, we need to get off this rock. Just take us anywhere, please. Oh, please, just get us out of here. And they say, yeah, we can pick you up, but you're going to have to come to us. You have a ship?
Yeah, we got a ship.
Okay, yeah, if you can get up here, we're leaving in like a day. So, yeah, we're in, and he gives you some coordinates to the particular orbit he's in. He's like, yeah, we're inclination 23 degrees. We're, at orbit at 100 million kilometers and blah, blah, blah. He's like basically listing off all the details about how he's orbiting the planet. So you guys drive up to this free merchant ship. It's small. It, just barely fits the one Valkyrie in its hold. It was supposed to pick up some tithe from this planet, but they didn't have it. And so they basically have sent word back to the Navy to come here and extract a tithe from this planet. But you managed to get off before that happens. It's heading back towards Scintilla, and it's going to take you, you're in systems, it's going to take you 2d5. Oh, did I roll 2d6? Yeah, I'm going to say it's 7. 7's good enough. Jay, are you heading back towards Scintilla, or are you just like, what are you doing?
I would probably catch a ship back and go back.
Well, so, I mean, you still have your ship. Like, you got the Inquisitorial Rosette. So, it's going to take you 3d5. It's only going to take you 3 weeks. So, let me put you back in the sheet here. Yeah, so you get back to Scintilla well before these guys. And Eliza's still there. It's now been probably 3 months, I think, total. And you meet up with her, and she says, did you deliver it, son?
I did.
All right. I just got word from Cato. I'm sure, she's like, it's the Cato, that guy. He's on his way back, too. Apparently, the planet they investigated for that box or whatever, it was a bust. So they're on their way back here. They'll be here in about a month.
Well, that sounds like plenty of time to do some R&R.
I think so, son. I think you deserve it.
I'm going to take it.
All right. And so she goes back behind her desk. She's basically trying to take over Thoraxis's estate. The way it works in the Inquisition, like, you have like a second, like someone that will take over for you and is probably going to get promoted. And usually those people get promoted while you're still alive, and they go establish their own cadres, usually with part of your estate. And so it's almost like an inheritance scheme. It's almost like you're having a kid and they're taking some part of your estate in an inheritance, or like a trust fund kind of thing. But when you die, usually your second just takes over the whole estate, and a lot of times other Inquisitors will try to like acquire bits of it. So it's competitive in that way. So she's trying to like manage this. It's a big job. So you go off and hang out for the 4 weeks. When you guys get back, you land on Scintilla and you go back to meet up with Eliza, I assume. Or are you guys just trying to leave right away?
I want to get another ship and go. I'm pissed we went to the wrong planet.
Okay, roll some fellowship tests for everybody who wants to go looking for a ship.
Can I meet up with them and then just take my...
I don't know yet. We have to see how long it's going to take them, and then whether they actually try to meet up with you or not, or if they're just trying to like ditch you. Because they don't know that you're an interrogator. They don't know that you have a rosette. They don't know that you can do any of that. Cor, are you there?
I am.
Can you roll fellowship?
I thought you just wanted him to roll.
No. Everybody who's looking for a ship.
Okay.
All right, so it's going to take you a week. During that week, do you guys go and try to meet up with Jay or like check in, or are you just trying to like, you're working real hard trying to get the ship?
We can check in, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I think you guys probably go to meet up. You put out some feelers, and you go to meet up with Eliza, and you see Jay's there. and Jay's just kind of hanging out. He's checking in at the office, basically. You know, he's on vacation, but he's like checking in, you know, once or twice a week. He looks kind of like inebriated. Can you all roll a awareness check? Not Jay, just everybody else. Hak, I'm really glad that you noticed this. It reemphasizes the nature of your new smartness. You noticed the rosette on his lapel.
Damn, dude, you got promoted? Congrats.
Thanks. I got the big shiny eye now.
So with that big shiny eye, do you want to get us a ship? Wink, wink.
I already have a ship.
Can I borrow it?
Would you like to go on an adventure?
Who wouldn't want to go on an adventure?
In my head, I'm hearing, "Do you want to kill some Xenos?"
I think that's what I was going for.
Actually, at one point, I wrote a parody of "Do you want to build a snowman?" But it was "Do you want to kill some Xenos?" I'll see if I can find it. I'll put it in chat for you. Yeah, so you guys meet back up, and you find out that your buddy Jay has been promoted. And yeah, you guys kind of pointedly haven't. And I think that's basically because you kind of pissed Eliza off. Like, you weren't there when she came to. So I think you guys have fallen a little bit in favor. 1 second. Do you want to kill? I know I wrote this. I'm just trying to find out where I put it.
Just act for it, dude. Just act for it.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm just setting up the thing. It's a find, not an act. Yeah, so you guys get on to Jay's ship. Jay, have you named your ship?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I haven't, but it does need a name.
It does need a name. Oh, shit. Where did I put this thing?
What kind of ship is it? Is it like a medium-sized ship or a small one?
It's a relatively small ship. It's warp capable. You have an astropath and a navigator working for you. They're sort of in your employ, but they.
Whatever happened to Eric and the doc?
They were on the ship with you. They probably got off and got reassigned. That's like their contacts. Like you could contact them if you wanted, but like they're off. They're part of the guard. They're like getting reassigned, going and doing work.
We're gonna go with SS Space Southie.
Space Southie, nice. Nice. All right, so you're on the SS Space Southie. Oh, here it is. I found it. Oh God, this is so good. Let me put it. I'm put it in chat. Hold on. There you go. Into microdots. Oh God, I forgot I wrote this. The best part. Oh God, the best part is the thing is like the fucking die part. It's great. It's just the best. I love it. Because it comes right after the TikTok bit. It's great. Anyway, yeah. So you're on the SS. What was it called? Southie something.
Space Southie.
Space Southie. Yes. Space Southie. And I feel like you guys get off towards Hevis 4. Or is it Hevis 4? I forget what it was called. Yeah, Hevis 4. I was right. And it's in another system, so it's gonna take you 3d5. Holy crap! It's fast. That's the second all ones I rolled in a row.
We need to go to Hive 7 too. I have that marked down.
Okay, yeah.
Talk to Hak Dar Atella.
Yes, someone remembered it. Okay, yeah. So you guys fly off to Hevis 4, and it takes you 3 weeks. During that time, what are you guys doing? Are you like it's 3 weeks in flight?
I know what I want to do.
What?
I want to talk to Hak.
Okay.
And I want to ask Hak, after all the events on the planet, do you still want to kill Gerwulf?
Tiny bit, sure, maybe, but not enough to actually act on that. Why do you ask?
I just wanted to see if you learned.
Oh, I learned that he tried to kill an Imperial Guard, and he himself is not an Imperial Guard.
Should we make Hak play 500 games of tic-tac-toe in a row? That's the question.
I don't know that you can anymore. He's smarter than you.
He's basically the God Emperor.
I mean, he's actually Space Marine level stats at this point. You give that guy some power armor, and he's basically Space Marine.
If the campaign wasn't ending tonight, that would be the next mission for the group, is to get Hak Space fucking power armor.
Yeah, so yeah,
That's
what
all I
you
wanted
guys
to do.
do? That's all? Okay.
I
Anybody
technically
else?
outrank them all now, don't I?
You do. You can order them all around. You're in charge.
That's fucking awesome. Hey, the SS Space Southie is a kill-free zone. You can kill each other when you get off the ship, not on it.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so let me I'll describe the Space Southie a little bit. So the in the Imperium, ships aren't like sleek battle cruisers or like Star Trek kind of like sci-fi things. No, they're basically giant cathedrals in space, and they have giant, massive guns on them, and they're basically Gothic cathedrals. There's big flying buttresses, and there's windows and shit. So basically, you're on what amounts to a space church.
See, there is windows on spaceships, and we could have opened it to air out the other one.
You can't really open them. They're plasteel, transparent plasteel kind of thing. So they're just, you can see out of them, but you can't really open them at all. They're not designed for that. Otherwise, it'd be like airlock issues, like air infiltration issues, or vacuum infiltration or exfiltration. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So you're on the SS Space Southie. I imagine it looks like one of the rundown, Catholic churches from Southie. Like it's just sort of like a little bit beat up. Maybe there's some graffiti on the side somehow.
It's stocked with triple ply toilet paper and better than Lysol air spray, though.
Yes, it has the most impeccable toilets in the galaxy, but otherwise it's a shithole. It's not the best ship. It's certainly not the best ship in Inquisitor Eliza's fleet. She has quite a few ships, probably. Thraxis is a pretty big deal. But yeah, it's yours. You get to use it. You have your own astropath. You actually have two for a ship this size. And you have your own navigator, and you probably have some other like servants hanging around, people that work for you. You have probably, as an interrogator, you probably don't have a huge cadre. It's maybe like 10 people total, of which the other PCs are members. And your astropaths and stuff don't count. They're just like, they're basically hired help. They're not anything. But you have like other people who work for you. So like Eric and Claudius, they're kind of attached to you in a way. They're not part of the Inquisition, but they are like they're in your cadre of people that work for you.
Fucking sweet.
Yeah. You might have some old arbitrator buddy that you know. You might say, "Hey, I need some help. Come on my ship and give me a hand." So yeah, that's the ship.
Let's go open this fucking box.
Yeah, so you guys get there after 3 weeks. You head towards Hive 7, and you start asking around for Hak Dar. And can you please all roll fellowship tests at +20? Because you guys went and you know some stuff, like you know where to look. So, oh man, Hak.
Yeah.
So I think it works out that Hak and Gerwulf sort of independently find out who it is, but basically it takes a little while for Gerwulf to get back to the ship and check in, and Hak's already there, like telling you exactly where this guy is, and you know where to go. He's trying to gather everybody together. It takes you no time at all to find him, and sure enough, there's this guy, and he introduces him. He goes, "Yes, my name's, or who is this? What's going on?"
Hey,
Yeah,
you got the box.
Oh, dear, look at your faces. You said it's awful. Who are you?
You can call me Cato.
Oh, Cato, that's a very nice name, yes, of course. Why do you have one of my boxes?
We do.
Why?
It came into our possession.
They're not supposed to go into anybody's possession. They're supposed to be safe boxes. You can't open them. That's why I made them. Why do you have it? Well, who are you?
We are members of the Inquisition.
Oh, dear, oh my. I think at that point he notices the rosette on Jay's lapel, and he gets very scared. He's like, I didn't do anything, of course.
Calm down, old man. Just open the box. What's in the box?
I don't know what's in the box. I didn't. And he sort of like puts his hand to his head and starts to like pass out a little bit. Do you guys do anything?
I make the comment, oh my god, it's a dick. A dick is in the box.
Do you guys do anything else?
I'll start laughing.
I try to catch him. Is he falling?
Yeah, can you make an agility test? He's fainting. Like, this is orthostatic hypertension here. Something like that. Syncope, there we go. Yeah.
One of us will catch him.
So you guys both kind of go in at the same time. And you're both too late. You sort of like slow his fall, but he collapses on the floor. He's passed out. Inside, you see like a cluttered workshop. There's a workbench on one corner. It's got like some tools, some chisels and things. There's the thick smell of wood and sawdust. And there's like a sort of in the middle of the room. It's a little bit more open. There's a big table with a saw. And it is not mahogany. And it's like looks like a carpenter's workshop basically.
He's gonna make us a table.
So you walk in, or do you walk in?
I pick up the guy and I'm like, let's go find a bed for the eunuch.
He's not a eunuch.
Kind of a weird assumption there.
What if he hit his dick in the box?
So I believe when you pick him up, you notice he's wearing like a robe, like a bathrobe, and you notice very quickly he's not a eunuch. So you pick him up, throw him over your shoulder, and you walk towards the back. There's another room. You figure it's a bedroom. Open up the door. Sure enough, there's a small like twin-size bed, like not even twin-size, it's like a single bed, like a college bed basically. There's a little dresser, and basically it's a small little area. There's a kitchen off to the side. And basically the guy's passed out. You pop him down on the bed. It takes about 15 minutes for him to come to. And when he wakes up, he comes out into the main room where you guys are. During that time, do you do anything? Do you want to like poke around and see if there's stuff there?
I'm just going to wait.
Yeah. I'll look around.
Okay. Go ahead and make a search check, Gerwulf.
Oh, my search is so bad.
Yeah, so you don't find anything. Or not in the time that you have. If you had more time, you would find something, but you didn't find anything in particular. So he wakes up again and goes, my head, oh yeah. And he's walking out, and his bathrobe is just open, and he's just totally naked underneath. Once again, confirming he is not a eunuch. And he looks up, and he sees you there, and he goes, "Oh, what are you doing? Oh, who are you?"
Calm down, old man.
I'm very calm, sir, but there are intruders. And he sees the rosette again. He goes, "Oh dear, I didn't even say the word. Oh my!"
Jesus Christ, calm down.
And he's like gesturing frantically towards a few of like the symbols of the God Emperor. And he goes, "I love the guy. He's wonderful." And
do you have any Werthers?
there's
suck on one for a second.
Hard candy.
Calm the fuck down.
And so he reaches like around his person. He's like reaching at his chest, like underneath the robe, and he's like looking for a pocket, but he can't find it. He says, "I don't have any hard candies."
Are you high right now?
No, I'm just. Who are you? Oh, Inquisitor! Oh dear! Oh, sir! Why do you, sir? Oh, why do you have my box?
We found it, investigating some heresy, and we want to know what's inside the box.
I didn't commit any heresy. I just made the box according to the plans that were handed down.
Can you open it?
Of course I can open the box, but why would you want...
That's all we need. You're not in trouble. Open the box.
That's all. I just need to open the box.
You just need to open the box. We will be on our way. You'll never see us again.
Oh, very well then. Come here. Bring the box. And he's like burgeoning with confidence because, like, I think in his head he's thinking that you're like conscripting him. Like I'm going to be part of the Inquisition now. And he's probably like ancient. He's ancient looking. He has like no hair except for a few wisps of white sort of sticking out of various parts of his head. He's wrinkled and obviously very old, very like bony and not very, not a lot of just skin and bones kind of thing. So he walks into his kitchen and he puts the box down and he turns on his little stove. And he goes, the box's design is very clever, you see. You cannot open it by cutting it. And everybody thinks, wood cut, that's simple. No, you open it with heat. And he plops the thing down on his stove, which is like this little gas burner. And he slowly just sort of turns it over the gas burner and heats it up a bit. And as it heats up, the outside of the box sort of melts away. And underneath there's a small, like, steel-looking device, and it's got like gears and wheels and so on it. And he takes that and he takes it off the burner and lets it cool down. He says, "Oh, just take a few minutes to cool down." "Oh, say, where did you find this?" See,
some wooded hellhole called Portellus.
"Oh dear, that sounds awful. So did you find any more with it?"
We found maybe one or two more, but those were destroyed in the process of trying to open them.
Oh dear. Yes, of course. I have not made many, and I do believe only maybe 100 or so have been made. Most of them very, very ancient. From old Terra, even. My family, we've been carpenters for some 30,000 years. This is our most ancient secret. I'm surprised you found it. And so it's 10 minutes past, and he's sort of rambling like this. He forgets your names occasionally, and like he's like, "Who are you? What's going on?" He freaks out a couple more times. He's clearly a little bit worse for wear. But so he takes this now steel box. All the wood has sort of been burned off. And he looks at it he puts like 3 pairs of like increasingly magnifying like lenses over his glasses, and he's staring at it and he goes, "This is the hard part, you see. It's a puzzle. And you have to set these in the right order and turn at the right rate or it all falls apart. Hold on." And he's staring at it and working at it. Can one of you make a logic test?
I can. I'm probably the one with the best chance of getting it.
Okay.
Holy crap!
Yeah, well, you have no idea how this box works. It's totally opaque to you. And fortunately, it's not totally opaque to him. And so he stares at it for probably the better part of 2 hours. And during that time, you're sitting there and he's rambling at you and talking about it. And he finally goes, "Oh, yes, I have it. Oh, here we go." And he twists one thing and turns another dial and sets a gear, like lifts it up and turns it without turning anything else and sets the gear down. And then he presses some little lever that was hidden before. And all of a sudden, all of the gears start turning and whirring, and you hear cogwheels and flywheels, and they're all spinning. It makes a big whirring sound. And at the end, the box just sort of plops open on either side. And all that's left is like a sort of a tent of metal. There's sort of 4 posts, and then the sides of the box just sort of plop out. And inside, you see, Cato, can you give me a, so you're an explorator now, right? Like that's what you picked?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I don't think you actually even have to roll. Because during the, 4 months that you've been working on this, like you've received training, from the AdMech, like over the airwaves and so on. You probably got it all at once while you were on Scintilla and have been working through it. And what you see immediately is something unbelievably valuable to you. It's an STC fragment. For the rest of you, because you're not necessarily versed in the world, during the Dark Age of technology, mankind had a device called the Standard Template Construct. It was a device that basically could make anything out of anything else. You put in raw material and a template, and it would create something. So basically you would say, I want a spade, and you would put in a bunch of like random crap, and then out would pop a spade. I want an engine for a car. Put in a bunch of random crap, proportional to the amount for the car, and out would pop the engine for the car. This is basically like finding a full STC device would be like finding the Holy Grail. Finding an STC fragment, you are in the presence of like a piece of the true cross. Like you are in the presence of a relic so unbelievably holy to you that it defies reason, right? And you also see there is a small plastic box associated with it with some magnetic tape spooled inside. And you recognize that immediately as well as being a piece of archaeotech. It's labeled, so the plastic box is labeled in a very strange language that none of you recognize, not immediately anyway. But the SDC construct at the top has a word in ancient High Gothic. And can people with High Gothic please make a roll against High Gothic?
I don't have that.
Me either.
I did not have that either. I think the only one that did was Angelo.
Low Gothic.
Oh man. Okay. So yeah, nobody has High Gothic. Only Angelo did. Okay. If you have an intelligence score of at least 35, make an intelligence test.
I definitely have that now.
What was that?
I definitely have that now.
If you have intelligence of at least 35, make an intelligence test. Yeah, so at this point, two of you recognize it. So the word on the SDC construct fragment is VHS.
Okay.
And the strange language, you can make an attempt at that too. But I think Cor got it. Don't tell anybody. Don't spoil it.
I won't.
The words on this magnetic tape. If you want to make another attempt at a -20, you can make that attempt, and you have to have 35 intelligence at least.
I think I'm starting to get that one now, and I failed that anyway.
Yeah. So the man leans back and he goes, "None of you can read that? Oh well, it may take some time to translate. Come to the comm." And so he walks over to the comm link, and he says, "I know someone who is the Adeptus Administratum. He's a good friend of mine. His name, I don't remember it actually. Do you know anybody at the Adeptus Administratum?"
Nope.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure you do.
Claudius is from the Adeptus Administratum. I only know things my character knows.
You know who Claudius is, and you know that he works
That's
for
the doc, man.
Yeah, I don't remember I didn't remember he was part of it.
Yeah, so you definitely know it. He's mentioned it several times. It's definitely something your character knows. If not, it's definitely something somebody here knows. So
I have a feeling Cato was trying to block out anything Claudius.
yeah, so actually, before we get onto that though, Cato, you've just seen, essentially like the Virgin Mary, like a vision of the Virgin Mary. How are you feeling? Like, how is Cato dealing with that?
It's a pretty solid day, as far as days go.
So, what you have is probably the most valuable piece of tech, archaeotech. I almost said tech heresy. It's the most valuable piece of archaeotech in the sector. You know that you can read part of it, but you can't read the other thing. And you probably want to figure out what the other thing is, because that's a mystery, and you want to figure that out. So, What do you guys want to do? Like, do you want to try to take it to locals, or you want to take it off planet?
I would say take it off planet. And
yeah,
guard
it's
it.
definitely
Fucking
super
Agreed.
valuable. Yeah. So I think what the man does, he says, "Oh, listen, here," and he sort of like goes to the box and starts to close it. He's like, "The box cannot be opened unless," and he shows you how he opened it, Cato. And he shows you. He doesn't show anybody else because he doesn't think anybody else will get it. And he says, and he like goes to pick up the box a little bit, and he's like, "I'm not going to pick it up because it's obviously very valuable to you." And he sort of just pushes it at you, and he goes, "Here you go. It will be safe in there if anybody tries to open it through any means. But what I showed you, it will destroy what's inside, so that only the worthy can have it. Well, worthy people who know how to open the box." And he sort of like shakes a little bit. Someone say he has Parkinson's. He's just like shaking around, not totally cognizant, but looking at you blankly. What do you guys do?
Get back to the ship and take it back to fucking HQ.
All right. So yeah, you guys.
Doc's on the ship, right?
I don't know. Did you ever pick him up? Did you ever find out where he is?
Well, didn't you say Eric and the Doc were?
They were on the ship with you that came to the Ascendant Dawn as you were exiting Pertellus. But they didn't.
If they got attached to me, I would have taken them on the ship with us.
I think that they're attached to the guard, right? Like, Eric works he's like a member of the guard. He's an engine seer. He's actually probably been promoted by now, but yeah. So he's like par rank with Cato, but he works for the guard, not for the Inquisition. Claudius is attached to the guard, but he works for the Administratum, so he might be anywhere. He's probably with Eric, and you could probably figure out where Eric is and where Claudius is by asking your contacts in the Inquisition. And they would go through the grapevine. We'd have to figure out how long it would take. But, yeah.
That's what I think we should do.
That seems a reasonable idea.
And it's also not unreasonable for you to, like, put in a request to have them brought into the Inquisition. So, like, a lot of the ways, like, you probably got brought into the Inquisition not necessarily totally willingly. Like, you might have been like, "You're going to be part of the Inquisition now. Congratulations." Because maybe you did something or whatever, and someone just like inducted you because there you go. That's what you're going to do now. Get used to it. So that's a thing you can do to like Eric and shit as well. Like you can ask him to, but you can just say, "No, I want Eric. I'm going to recruit him. He's part of the Inquisition now. I want Claudius. He's part of the Inquisition now. He works for me." That's up to you. So yeah, why don't you guys? So you go back to the ship. You're on the SS Space Southie. And where you guys probably want to figure out where they are before you start heading off. So go ahead, Jay. Why don't you make a fellowship roll? We'll see how long the message takes to get there. Yeah, so it actually doesn't take too long at all, and you get word that they're actually stationed on a scintilla, which is pretty close by. Can you roll 1d5? Yeah, so it'll take you about a month to get back. And yeah, so you get there, and they're still there when you arrive. And you land and you meet up with Eric and Claudius, and they're still working together. Did you want to try to induct them into the Inquisition, make them acolytes, or what? Or just talk to them?
I'd talk to them. I wouldn't try to just requisition them.
Okay, yeah. So you show up and you get to the guard base on Scintilla. They underwent an extreme debrief of everything they saw and did. Eric actually looks a little worse for the wear after this whole debrief thing, because basically, like, he was under some scrutiny for what happened and how everything went down and how he missed all this stuff with the Space Marine and etc. But he's still in pretty good spirits, and yeah, he shows up. He's like, "Hey, Jay, how you doing? How's it going, man?"
It's going good.
You came really.
I got a little present for you.
All right.
Where's the doc at?
It's a good question. And he taps on his neck with one of what Cato you recognize to be yet another new mechadendrite. And he goes, "Doc, where the fuck are you?" And over that you hear like a buzzing in the familiar cadence of Claudius. And he goes, "Oh, he's back at the lab. Hey, come with me." And he starts walking off, and he's like, The other thing you notice, Cato, is that he's actually not walking, like he's sort of floating. And if you look down at his feet, there are like a million little tiny centipede legs that are attached to his feet now. And yeah, he's just like sort of cruising along with preternatural movement. And you guys arrive back at his like lab, and he's basically got a little shop, and Claudius has a little section with strew of data slates and books and other such things. Yeah, you show up, and there's Claudius, and he goes, hey, I know you. I know you all. I know. Hi.
It's good to see you too, Doc.
Yeah, it is. He just sort of blinks
like the room that we're in, like kind of a closed off room.
Yeah, I mean it's it's a lab. They're the only two in here. There's no other people, and basically it looks like they got stationed here because that's just where they had room. Like they're sort of like in parking mode while they figure out what they're going to be doing for the guard. They're kind of waiting for their next assignment.
Look over at Cato and all right, let's whip it out.
You mean in the box? Don't whip it out.
And Claudius sort of like his eyes widen, and he goes, I'm not okay with this. I need an adult.
I am an adult.
Eric says in unison with you, I am an adult. And I'm sure there's a crack of laughter.
And a fucking high five.
Yeah, he high fives you with one of his mechadendrites. So you take out the box. Cato, I assume you open the box. Once again, there's this STC fragment and this small plastic box with magnetic tape in it. And I think that Eric sees the STC fragment, and he goes over to the door, and he doesn't say anything. He just walks over to the door and locks it. And he goes, "Oh my God. Is that, Cato, is that what I think that is?"
It may be, sir. It may be.
And he like comes in with one of his pick sensors and gets 3 inches away from it, and he goes, "No, I'm scanning this thing. It's it, man. You found it. You're getting fucking promoted. Oh my God!" And he's just staring at it and looking at it intently. And he sees the other thing, and he's like, "Claudius, I can read what's on the fragment. VHS. Yeah, I can make that out. I don't know what it means, but what's on the plastic thing?" And Claudius is looking at it, and he goes, "Oh, that's hard. Let me look at that. Let me think about that for a minute. I think it says big, no, large, no, wait. I think it says big damn heroes." And the camera just fades to black. The end.
Awesome.
Big damn heroes.
VHS, VHS, anybody?
I
got it.
Yeah, I knew you got it because you cracked up, and I'm like, all right, someone got that joke. I won.
And I got it like a minute later. I'm just trying to think of the big damn heroes reference.
To prove to you,
I still don't get it.
You don't get it? So
how old are you?
24?
No. So it's a VHS tape, and the SDC fragment is for a VHS, for like a video player. So it's a dumb joke, but I'll tell you what I wrote down. And my note literally says, "This box has lead in to next campaign." That's what I wrote down. So what I said last week, I have to figure out what's in the box. I had to figure out how to word what was in the box, not what was actually there. And originally, when I thought we were going to go with Rogue Trader, I thought it was going to be like some writ of rogue tradery, basically. I forget what it's called, certificate of something, or certificate of trade, I think it's called. But I decided to go with a different system and a different campaign and a different setting, so I needed to change it. It is a VHS player fragment and a tape that says "Big Damn Heroes" on it. And ostensibly, the sort of the conceit is that you guys will build one of these things, and your characters from this campaign will watch the Big Damn Heroes show.
I like it.
That's amazing.
Cool. Because the goal for the next campaign, I really like the idea of framing scenes like a TV show, especially in the setting. It really works because it's supposed to be sort of like a 80s era retro sci-fi. kind of a pastiche of like Star Wars and Buck Rogers and Battlestar Galactica and a lot of those shows that are a little bit kitschy, but also like the space opera, but also a little bit of comedy, and they got all these different parts to them. So I really like that idea, and I really like sort of the being able to make camera movements because I think it's very cinematic and cool. So that's it. You have survived an exterminatus. You found out what's in the box, and you delivered some sad news to a nice lady. Congratulations.
And I experienced slight disappointment when, instead of expecting the title on the VHS tape to be something different than what I expected.
What did you expect it to be?
Star Wars Christmas special.
That would have been equally good.
No, it is not the Star Wars Christmas special. It is Big Damn Heroes is the name of the thing on the tape. So, I know that it doesn't matter, but you all do get XP. Cato finished a goal, I believe, and it was
maybe
probably...
it's like a half goal. I'm not sure I'd fully call it.
No, I think you finished it because your goal. Here's what I wrote down. The goal was kill Hak or have him accept Gerwulf, mutually exclusive. DC was a 4 or 5. I'm sorry. DC was a 4 or 5. So difficulty class was a 4 or 5. It was pretty hard, but not totally impossible. And I wrote down, here's the deal. Cato wants a cogitator to implant into Hak, but he wants to modify it. He wants to implant a remote explosive into it. The plan is put in the cogitator, improve the intelligence of Hak, and see if he can understand what he did was wrong. If he does, great, I forget about the explosive. Sorry, I need to take a drink of water. I'm dying. And Gerwulf comes back. He fails, his head explodes. Nice to have the explosive part hidden. So I think that what you did is you gave him the capability of seeing whether it was right or wrong. I think he recognized that it at the very least was unadvisable, which is close enough for me. And Gerwulf is back in the party, and that was the hard part, right? Like, because he could say, oh yeah, I don't want to kill Gerwulf, and then he could kill Gerwulf, and yeah, you might kill him, but now you're out Gerwulf and Hak. But I think you managed to resolve the issue. You guys worked together for almost 6 months after this without anybody killing anybody. So I think you get that. So for that, you get 2,000 experience. So good job. You also get your usual 100 experience. I think we probably answered all the questions in the affirmative this time, so it's 150. And yeah, everybody else can mark that down. I don't think anybody else cleared out goals. I know that Gerwulf didn't, although I'm not sure that goal is applicable anymore.
Yeah.
And then for completing the campaign, I think everybody gets another 2,000 experience. And I think, Jay, you probably get an extra 2,000 for being promoted. And I'll note that everybody who was going to stay behind, basically everybody who stayed behind to meet up with Eliza was going to get promoted, and Jay was the only one who did. So, yeah. So I think Jay gets 4,000 plus whatever. Cato has 4,000 plus whatever. The rest of you have 2,000 plus whatever. And I think it's like 250 total. So congratulations. You can mark all that down in case we ever revisit and you want to use these same characters. I don't think we will, because I really don't like the system. I think if we ever wanted to do something in 40K again, we'd use a system called Dogs in the Vineyard, which is way better for this stuff. It's actually, the setting of Dogs in the Vineyard is actually like 19th century Utah, and you're like Mormon paladins, but the setting is actually pretty... Say again?
So I get to be like a Grey Knight?
You're more like all arbitrators in Dogs in the Vineyard, but there's a little bit of difference. But the setting happens to be really easily translatable to 40K, because essentially you're roaming lawmen in Dogs in the Vineyard, but in 40K you're kind of the same thing as an Inquisitor. So before we close up, I do have some more stuff. So one of the things that